Sit down, please. We've given a few extra minutes for people to arrive because traffic is always a big challenge in Johannesburg. But be it as it may, we have our speakers here today, and we're about to start. Colleagues, I'm Christo van der Rede. I'm the Executive Director at the FW de Klerk Foundation, and I will be your Program Manager for the day. Can I just get an indication, are we online as yet? Thank you. How many people are online? $1 million people? 11. Fantastic. We also extend our greetings to everyone that is online at this point, and we expect a few other people also to arrive during the course of the day. As I've said earlier, I'm Christo van der Rede, Executive Director at the FW de Klerk Foundation. I hail from Cape Town, and I've spent a large part of my life in Cape Town, and then, believe it or not, I came to Johannesburg for approximately 12 years in the hope to find a diamond or two, and that did not materialize, and I went back to Cape Town. And I live an absolute life of bliss along the coast, west coast. And me and my wife, she's here today, Merlin van der Rede, there at the back. She can attest to you that every morning I go for a jog. I'm as fit as a fiddle. Right, enough of the silliness. I'm going to ask that the video be played. Believe it or not, South Africa is celebrating its 30th year of our constitutional democracy.
Essentially, we've got to build on an incredibly strong constitution, but it does mean that we have to create opportunities to discuss and renew from time to time.
The most progressive document in the world, which is South Africa's constitution, which actually paved the way for us to be where we are.
The way that we are going to build the future is by setting a clear sense of national ambition that refuses to accept or believe that our country can only decline.
It's really inspiring to hear from people who have done a lot to change our country, and also very interesting as a young person just to often read about politics and kind of law and our country in the news, but to actually hear it from people who have been there and done these things is really cool.
We're very excited to be part of an event where we are looking at how coalition government, the government of national unity, can look at constitutional development in this country.
We are not here to speak to the converted. We are here to make our united voice louder for the commitment to put South Africa first.
Which is one of the reasons both our foundations and other foundations have been at the forefront of calling for a national dialogue that ensures that all South Africans are thinking about the future of the nation.
And we have a stunning opportunity, and we, as ordinary citizens, as civil society, we have to take that gap.
Good day, everybody, and welcome to yet another episode of the Constitution at Work podcast, brought to you by the FW de Klerk Foundation.
In today's podcast, we will be discussing the Government of National Unity and what exactly this means for South Africans.
Today, our podcast delves into South Africa's economy.
Today, we continue our discussion on electoral reform.
That was another episode of the Constitution at Work podcast, brought to you by the FW de Klerk Foundation.
To this end, we have submitted that perhaps the panel can consider using vehicles such as the National Youth Debate Initiative or the National Dialogue Initiative even to get the youth both educated, because how our electoral system works isn't something that we are taught in school at all. It should be. It should absolutely be something that we are taught in life skills and orientation.
Through the Global Leadership Foundation, FW nurtured democratic principles and good governance in diverse nations. He didn't just pass on his legacy, he multiplied it far beyond South Africa's borders. Future democracies will depend upon leaders who see beyond their own time, who act decisively when history calls, and who have the humility to prioritize the greater good. Leaders with the characteristics FW exemplified.
So it's amazing to be here at the launch of this amazing facility where the history of our democracy is really told. The transition, and then of course the constitution. I mean, young people who are born today won't know this history, and you've got to tell the story, because we don't ever want to go back to what South Africa was like in that divided past, and the guardrail is our constitution.
My vision for the Centre is that it needs to play a crucial role in terms of shaping our democracy, making sure that all of our people benefit from our democracy. This is what the Centre is all about. It must become a hub of intellectual discourse about a better future for all. Ladies and gentlemen, let me perhaps just quickly introduce our board of director members that are present here. I start with Coetzee Bester. Coetzee, there he is. Also Kanina Malinga. Where is Kanina? There you go. And then we have Christina Teichmann, who will do the official welcome. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, our chairperson, Ismail de Klerk, cannot be here today, but they are in thoughts and prayer with us. Then our staff, myself, Daniela Ellerbeck, who is responsible for today's program, Ismail Joosub over there, and Abigail Baker. And then we also have one of our interns here today. Please stand so that we can see all the young people that we bring on board. Sonia Twinguera, welcome. And then I see also a lot of young people. Welcome. And this is so important because you're the future. And exposure to what is happening here today is so critical, because you need to learn from us elders, you know. So, allow me to then give an opportunity to Christina Teichmann to come and do the official welcome. Christina.
So first I have to adjust here a little bit. Good morning and a very warm welcome to all of you to this year's Constitutional Rights Conference that focuses on the question on how to achieve an inclusive economy. And this conference is hosted in close partnership with the Konrad-Adenauer Foundation, and I want to extend a very big thank you to the Konrad-Adenauer-Stiftung and its program manager Christian Endres for being here today and for your ongoing support and for making today's conference possible. Thank you, Christian. Thanks also to our speakers, Moeletsi Mbeki, Minister Ashor Sarupen, who will join us via video, Dr. Celeste Campher, Ismail Joosub, and Professor William Gumede for making yourselves available to share your insights and expertise with us today. As not all of you might be familiar with the FW de Klerk Foundation, allow me to give you a brief overview of our activities and objectives. The FW de Klerk Foundation was established in 1999 by President FW de Klerk with the objective to promote, protect and defend the South African Constitution, which is often hailed internationally as one of the most progressive and most modern in the world. President de Klerk felt, after he and his party left the first government of national unity, and we sometimes forget that we had a government of national unity before, that the Constitution should be used as a kind of North Star for South Africa's democratic future, serving as a reminder from where we come from and where we wanted to go as a country. especially in the context of a one-party dominant system where election after election one party wins outright majorities. The adherence to and respect for the Constitution is of utmost importance. With last year's elections, we reached a new phase in our democratic dispensation. We saw the end of one-party dominance and the beginning of a new era of coalition governance on national level. This is in itself a good development that we should celebrate, as it brings us closer to a multi-party democracy where political parties have to negotiate a common way forward. In mature democracies such as Germany, coalition governments are quite common, not without problems, as we have seen in the past couple of months, but they're not something unusual. However, this new phase also comes with risks and challenges, as coalitions are often fragile, leading to political instability, and where political parties differ greatly when it comes to ideological viewpoints, in particular when it comes to how to run the economy. The FW de Klerk Foundation's objective is to make the Constitution a reality for all. But so far, 30 years after the first democratic elections took place, we are still far away from this goal. Too many people in South Africa are still trapped in poverty and are reliant on social grants. We are still the most unequal country in the world, and unemployment. This comes in a context of high government debt and low economic growth, aggravated by a deterioration of foreign relations to the US, one of South Africa's most important and biggest trading partners, as well as domestic anti-growth policies such as expropriation without compensation that deter potential foreign investors. In order to tackle these challenges efficiently and set the economy on a growth path, it will require political will and political leadership to root out corruption, cadre deployment, and maladministration. It will need a pragmatic, solution-oriented approach that takes all stakeholders on board, not an ideological one. You might ask yourself why the FW de Klerk Foundation has chosen such a topic today for its conference, which is actually more fitting for an economic or a political think tank, which we are not. Let me explain the reasoning behind. On an annual basis, the Foundation publishes a human rights report card, which examines the extent to which the rights and freedoms enshrined in the Bill of Rights are practically enjoyed by all South Africans. Without wanting to go into too much detail of the report, we found that many rights and freedoms are directly linked to the economy. In other words, many rights and freedoms cannot be fully exercised and enjoyed by South Africans who have no jobs, no income, and no prospects of actively taking part in the economy. Besides not earning an income and being able to put bread on the table, not having a job that gets you up every morning also speaks to a loss of purpose, dignity, and a loss of hope for a better future. This year's Constitutional Rights Conference focuses on the question, how do you achieve an inclusive economy, one in which everyone, especially poor and disadvantaged people, have a part to play and benefit from it. It is no coincidence that we chose Johannesburg as a most fitting place where this topic should be unpacked, as Gauteng, the economic powerhouse of South Africa, is contributing around about 34% to the country's national GDP. South Africa is a rich country with great potential. What South Africa is currently doing, according to Harvard professor Ricardo Hausmann, is to compensate the poor for excluding them from the economy by providing them with social grants. However, this sort of compensation is not sustainable and not affordable in the long run. We are all sure South Africa can do better. So how do we make the economy more inclusive so that all parts of society can take part and benefit from it? What are the root causes of economic stagnation and exclusion? and what is and what should the Government of National Unity do about it? These are just a few of the questions that our speakers will focus on. And without further ado, I will hand over to Christian Endres from the Konrad-Adenauer Foundation, and I wish us all an interesting morning and fruitful discussions. Thank you.
Gosh, let's reverse this situation. There we go. Good morning, everyone. Nice to be amongst friends. Can I perhaps begin by saying thank you very much for being here. Thank you to the FW de Klerk Foundation for organizing this wonderful conference. And thank you to our politicians for making sure that we have a stable government for one more day. So could I say a round of applause for the vote that passed yesterday in Parliament. I'd like to say I'd rather have people collaborating and talking in Parliament, in the government, than having messy divorce arrangements made. I think we're in a better situation as it is. And what we're seeing is a big political transformation happening every single day that difficult conversations are being had. Good, moving on. It is my privilege today to speak on behalf of the Konrad-Adenauer Foundation, and in particular, our resident representative in South Africa, Mr. Gregor Yecker, who is abroad at the moment. My appreciation also to the FW de Klerk Foundation for its ongoing commitment to constitutional democracy, to the principles of dialogue and leadership. It really is a pleasure to walk this path with you. And Christo, we so appreciate the friendship and the input from the team. A quick summary on CAS. We're a think tank close to the German party, the CDU of Chancellor Merz. We've been active in South Africa since 1982, and we promote democracy internationally. And just to step back again, consider the alternative, which is authoritarianism or totalitarianism, which we never thought we would actually have to consider in a serious way again, but we're finding internationally on the rise. It's a reminder that multi-party democracy and the rule of law are not the European ideal. They are enshrined in the South African Constitution, and they should be available to every South African. Coming to the topic of today's conference, there's a quote that I found useful, and unfortunately I don't know who to attribute it to. So I'm going to ask either Dr. Campher or Mr. Mbeki. Perhaps you can help me out. So the quote goes, "In the short term, economics defines politics. But in the long term, politics defines economics." And this really captures where we find ourselves today. We're in a second political transition, and I was looking at old publications of the FW de Klerk Foundation, and the transition has been heralded for a number of years, but it's come about because of an economic crisis. We're not seeing a new political party, we're not seeing a charismatic leader, we're not seeing a coup d'etat. What we're seeing is an economic crisis, and it's forcing a political realignment and a new way to think about our politics. We spoke about the economic crisis. It's catastrophically high in rising unemployment, stagnant economy, extraordinary levels of poverty. And they're the result of our own political choices and our own political landscape. We're in a dead end for the existing political landscape. So, we have an opportunity in this crisis to build a new political consensus across all parties and to lay the foundations for a new economic system, a system that includes not just the politically connected into cushy jobs, even at the cost of growth, but the inclusion of more than 40% of South Africans who have no work and have stopped looking. Now, I'd argue to do this, the short-term urgent task is to get the economy moving. But the important task is to rearrange the political consensus, to reshape the economy. And how do we do that? It means strengthening Parliament. It means defending the rule of law. It means demanding more of our political parties, using the power of our vote and our voice. And this is where the value of the Konrad-Adenauer Foundation in South Africa comes in. Our values are often defined in the term the social market economy. We promote this as the new political consensus for the new economy, to bring more people in the dignity of work, and to recognize that it's not a model, it's a mindset. It's a mindset that says markets must be free, but they must be fair. There must be a level playing field. Growth matters, but the weakest must not be left behind. And importantly, individuals should be rewarded when they choose to work hard. This is actually part of the CDU's last election campaign. No one should be held back by the color of their skin, or by the politically connected, or the criminal syndicates that have infiltrated our state and our politics. And so the contribution of CAS today is not just funding or to support our good friends at the FW de Klerk Foundation, but I'd like to remind everyone that economic inclusion has to start with economics. Without growth, there is no inclusion. And in order for a new political consensus to arrive, we need that economic growth to be sustainable and then inclusive. So I call upon the political parties to achieve a new consensus focused on a level playing field, focused on the rule of law, and in other words, the social market economy. I'd like to thank the FW de Klerk Foundation again for hosting all of us, and thank you to the prestigious speakers that have joined us today. And finally, to the audience for your engagement and presence. May today's conversations be bold, be honest, and most importantly, constructive. Thank you very much.
This is what we call German efficiency, short and to the point. In our culture, we would have created now a committee to first decide what will happen between Christina and Christian, and then obviously write a lengthy report, and then making sure that that report never gets implemented, it gathers dust. I think we can learn quite a lot in terms of how to make processes more effective and more efficient. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's then my honor to introduce Mr. Moeletsi Mbeki. He's going to talk to roots of South Africa's economic stagnation and how to overcome them. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Christo, and good morning, everybody. It's really a great pleasure to have been invited to come and be part of this conversation today about the South African economy. The South African economy is a huge problem, and it's the biggest problem that the country faces today. Everything that is happening in our country is a consequence of our underperforming economy. But before I say my contribution, I have to first thank the chairperson of the FW de Klerk Foundation. Last week, and I think also this week, she is with the families of the Cradock 4 who are holding memorial services in Cradock for the 4 leaders who were assassinated during the 1980s. I think the fact that Mrs. Celeste de Klerk has gone to Cradock to join these 4 families in remembering their family members is a huge, huge lesson for us South Africans to understand how reconciliation works and how history works and how to move forward. And I think we have to really thank Alita, and please convey my thanks to her and my congratulations to what she's doing with the Craddock 4. And I must thank the foundation also, which has pointed out that there has to be constitutional behavior by the government in connection with the Craddock 4. The legal and constitutional demands was that those who were not pardoned by the Truth and Reconciliation Commission should have been prosecuted. This has not happened. And this is not the only thing that has not happened, by the way, in terms of the Constitution. If you recall, the Constitution also demanded that after the first election, there should be a review of the electoral laws to introduce new electoral laws and to introduce constituencies within the context of a proportional representation system. I think this is the constitutional system that Germany has, for example, of proportional representation as well as constituency. Now this was agreed way back in 1996, and the first commission to look at this was appointed by Parliament, which was chaired by the late Dr. Van Zyl Slabbert. That was a constitutional requirement that has not been implemented. So there is already problems of breakdown in enforcing the Constitution in this country. Going back to the economy, South Africa is an old country with lots of old problems that are not amenable to many technical solutions. South Africa belongs to a group of countries that were known as the New World. These are the countries that were carved out of the Americas by the European powers after Columbus. New World countries were created through genocide against Native Americans populations, who were then replaced with free populations from Europe and enslaved populations from Africa. That's what the New World was created, how the New World was created in North America, in South America, in the Caribbean. South Africa and Mauritius are the only New World countries in Africa because they also had transfer of free population from Europe, in our case by the Dutch East India Company, and of slaves from Europe, from Africa and from Asia, also by the Dutch East India Company. So we, South Africa, many people like to compare South Africa to Europe, to Africa, to Asia. Actually, South Africa belongs to New World countries, which are the Americas. So if you want to understand what's going on in South Africa, it's important to look at the Americas for comparison. The most successful economically New World country is the United States. The least successful is probably Haiti, which is interesting because Haiti was the first country in the New World to abolish slavery. They had an uprising against slavery in the 18th century, and the slave won the uprising, and they defeated Napoleon's armies, and they abolished slavery. However, of the New World countries, Haiti is probably the poorest, and the leaks successful. You may well ask, what has all this to do with South Africa? Well, my answer is that it has plenty to do with South Africa. The modern South African economy is as old as the economy of the United States. The effort to develop both countries date back to the 1860s, which is nearly or a little over 150 years ago. In 1865, the United States started on the road to development from an agricultural economy by abolishing slavery in 1865. In 1867, South Africa commenced its road to development by starting diamond mining, which was soon followed by gold mining. Today, the United States is the largest industrial economy in the world, while South Africa is the largest economy in Africa. So we have a lot in common with the United States. However, this is where the comparison between the two countries starts to change. Today, the per capita gross domestic product of the United States is $89,000. The nominal GDP is $89,000 per capita. The per capita GDP of South Africa is only $6,000. So we started off on the road to development at the same time as the Americans, but the productive capacity of a South African is today 15 times less than the productive capacity of an American citizen. So we have to ask ourselves, how did this happen? So when we're talking about economic stagnation of South Africa, we're not talking about a new problem. Many people think economic stagnation started in 2010 or 2011. The economic stagnation of South Africa is a very old problem. And I will show you about this very soon. Leaders, how did we get to this huge differential whereby an American is 15 times more productive than a South African? Well, leaders of the two countries chose two different roads to economic development in the 1860s, from the 1860s onwards. American leaders chose an innovation-driven industrialization model to development. South African leaders, on the other hand, chose a minerals export-driven development model that was combined not with innovation-driven industrialization, but with import substitution industrialization. So the American road to development prioritized investment in the skills and the health and well-being of its population. The South African road to development prioritized exploitation of natural resources through the use of cheap, unskilled labor. This is what accounts for the massive differential between the productive power of an American compared to the productive power of a South African. The World Bank produces something called the Human Capital Index, which, as you can see, the Human Capital Index is an annual measurement prepared by the World Bank. It measures which countries are best at mobilizing their human capital, the economic and professional potential of their citizens. The index measures how much capital each country loses through lack of education and health. When you look at the 196 countries measured by the World Bank, South Africa is number 134 and 32 in terms of our standing in the world in terms of our human capital. We are number 132. Number 1 is Singapore, number 2 Hong Kong, Japan, Korea, Canada, Finland, Macau, Sweden, Ireland, and the Netherlands. Those are the top 10 countries in terms of mobilizing their human resource of utilizing their human capacity and development, their human capital index. We are number 132. In Africa, several countries actually are above South Africa. Number 58 in the human capital index is Mauritius. And the next country is Kenya at number 91, followed by Algeria, Tunisia, Morocco, Egypt. So all of North Africa is far ahead of South Africa in terms of human capital. But there are also a number of other sub-Saharan African countries that are above South Africa in terms of their human capital index. Zimbabwe is one of them, Gabon, Ghana, Namibia, and Togo. So you then ask yourself, how did South Africa become the largest economy when it has such a poor rating in terms of its human capital resources? Well, the answer is actually simple, is endowment of minerals. South Africa has probably the most endowment of minerals in the world. We have a huge deposit of minerals. We have a huge deposit of diamonds, gold, platinum, chrome, coal, iron ore, vanadium, you name it. But if you choose the model of development that South African leaders chose, which was to exploit the minerals with unskilled labor, that's what you end up with. No investment in your human capital index. To exploit mineral resources with unskilled labor is a very easy thing to do. You need repression. You repress the unskilled worker, which South Africa for the past 150 years has mastered the repression. The latest example we had of this repression in the mining sector was, of course, Marikana a few years ago, where the powers that be killed over 34 workers. So repression is the modus operandi of the South African model, and it continues to this day. But the social consequences of our model is that it gives us, you need a small group of workers to produce the minerals, but it leaves out a huge part of the population not involved in the economy. This is an illustration of the social structure of South Africa that I worked on with Stats SA. The social structure of South Africa, one of the most striking things about our social structure is this category, underclass and unemployed. It makes up practically 50% of the economically active population of South Africa. Now, if you have 50% of your economic active population being underclass and unemployed, you can never develop. That is one of the foundations of the stagnation of the South African economy. The population that is working, which is this side, has to sustain the population that is not working. So instead of saving and investing, you are sustaining half of your population that is not being productive. Another aspect of the model, economic model, that the leaders of South Africa have been pursuing since the 1860s has been the small, very privileged part of the population. If you look at independent professionals in the for-profit and non-profit, plus the elite who are the top income earners, plus the middle class, that population is only 12% of the economically active population. That is why South Africa is considered by the World Bank as the most unequal society. You have this layer up at the top of 12% of the economically active population living a fabulous lifestyle, and the rest of the half of the population living in poverty. If you compare, as I said, we started off with the Americans on the same road to development. But if you look at where the Americans are, as I pointed out, if you look at a category, the Americans call it proprietors, managers, and professionals. That is the same group that I was referring to as the independent professionals, elite, and middle class. In the United States Census, it's called professional managers. In South Africa, that same group, proprietors, managers, and professionals, is 12% of the working age population. In the United States, it's 37.6% of the working age population. So you can see what the development model that South African leaders adopted. It creates a small clique up at the top of the society with a huge disadvantage at the bottom of the pyramid. In the United States, it's the opposite. You are having the middle class, the elite, and the independent professionals are nearly 40% of the population. If you look at, in terms of the American social development, where is South Africa in relation to the United States? We are where the United States was in 1910. We started off together in the 1860s, but we got so left behind that we are 115 years behind development of the United States. The blue-collar workers in the United States are 38%, and that was in 1910. Blue-collar workers today in South Africa are 38%. If you look at the top end of our society, in the United States, South Africa is where the United States was. We are about 12%. That's when the proprietors, managers, and professionals were in the United States in 1910. So this is a mega challenge to South Africa, which shows that the South African economy has been at a standstill for many
many, many years. Not only is it at a standstill in relation to the United States, it's been at a standstill in relation to the new industrializing countries in Asia. If you look at South Africa, starting in 1960, compared to South Korea, South Africa started off in 1960 slightly better than Korea, the GDP of South Africa. But as you can see where we have ended up, but look at where Korea has ended up. Again, the Koreans adopted the economic model of the United States of developing their human capital, of developing their skills of their population, of developing their industries, and of driving exports. By the way, the United States is also very rich in minerals, but the Americans decided to develop the skills of their population in order to work on their minerals instead of exporting them in a raw state. So it's not, of course, Korea has no minerals, but it has invested in the skills of its population. And if you look at the economic exchange between South Africa and Korea, this tells you a very sad story. We export to Korea ore slags, that's mineral ores, and ash, iron products, pearls, precious metals, mineral fuels, oil distillation. Those are largely the Sasol products. But we import from Korea machinery, nuclear reactors, boilers, vehicles other than railway and trams, electronic equipment, and plastics. So when your economy does not develop its human capital, you become an exporter of raw materials, which is what we are in relation to South Korea, and an importer of manufactured value-added products, which is what is happening in our relationship with Korea. And that explains the stagnation. By the way, South Africa sent 800 soldiers to go and defend South Korea in 1950 during the communist invasion of South Korea. So we were part of the UN forces that went to defend South Korea. And South Africa lost 38 of its soldiers during the defense of Korea. But today, we are a market for the Koreans. My own cell phone, where did I put it? My own cell phone is actually from Korea. I have a cell phone called by Samsung. And I think our refrigerator at home is also by Samsung. And if you went to the car park out there, you will find so many cars made in Korea. In 2000, I think 2004, I was invited by the Korean Foreign Ministry on one of these visits. One of the first things I realized, the South African ambassador picked me up from the airport to the railway station, which is when my official visit began. The only foreign car that was there between the railway and between the airport and the railway station was the South African ambassador's Mercedes-Benz. All the other cars in Korea were made in Korea. And you know, I remember as a student in the United Kingdom in the 1960s, the Koreans imported workers from the United Kingdom to go and teach them how to make cars. Today, the Koreans make cars without their teachers from the United Kingdom, and they are selling cars to the British. In fact, there was a documentary in the 60s reprimanding the workers, the British workers and engineers who went to teach the Koreans how to make cars. They were saying that if you teach these guys how to make cars, they will never buy our own cars. Well, they've actually done better. The British are now buying Korean cars. Now, where is the South African-made car today? We are
a much, much older modern economy than Korea. But where is a South African-made car today? We don't have a South African-made car. Our own mining industry. South Africa has one of the largest mining industries, although it is declining. But most of the machinery that is used in our mining industry is not made in South Africa. Most of our mining technology comes from Sweden, from two important companies in Sweden. One is called Sandvik, and the other one is called Atlas Copco. They are the major suppliers of technology into our mining sector. So we import everything. So the model that South Africa has been pursuing in the last 150 years has been disastrous for South Africa. Although it kick-started the development of the country, but it soon reached a plateau where it is now standing. But now we have a new crisis. The mineral resources that we used to have, that we have, are in trouble. Minerals do not reproduce themselves. If you dig a mineral out, that is the end of that mineral. South Africa, this is showing you what is happening to gold production in South Africa. For many years, we were the world's largest gold producer. But producing gold in South Africa, we have mines, we have depleted so much of the asset that our mines are now between 4 and 5 kilometers deep. So they are completely uneconomical to mine. But this is a critical, our critical export, which we need in order to finance the rest of the to finance the South African economy. So if you look at our primary mineral exports today, gold, the gold deposits have become uneconomical to mine due to the depth of the minerals. Virtually all our gold mines are 4 kilometers deep and below and beyond, which is totally crazy. Secondly, our second or third most important mineral export is coal. Today, coal is being phased out because of climate change requirements. So our coal deposits, we have coal deposits for another 200 or 300 years, but they're worthless because they are being phased out. Another major mineral on which the South African economy was built is diamonds. I was reading an article this weekend about how the Chinese are manufacturing diamonds, synthetic diamonds. What used to cost as a natural diamond over $30,000 a carat, the Chinese are now producing it at $3,000 a carat in synthetic diamonds. So the South African diamond industry is on its deathbed, like our coal and gold industry. And lastly, platinum. We're huge. We are the world's leading producer of platinum group metals, but many of these metals are used to purify, to scrub, as they say, the exhaust fumes of the internal combustion engines. So they remove the noxious chemicals from the internal combustion engine. But the world is phasing out the internal combustion engine. It's being replaced by an electrical engine. So South African economy is going into is already started going into a huge medium-term crisis. So that's one aspect of the stagnation of the South African economy. Is what is called the resource curse. South Africa suffers from a resource curse. But there is a second problem that South Africa has. I hope I still have a few more minutes. Our democracy. Our democracy is one of the causes of the continued stagnation of the South African economy. I was asking myself, preparing for the conference, what was the outcome of what I call the FW de Klerk revolution? Unfortunately, he's not with us. I wonder what he would have thought if I called his February 2nd speech his revolution. But actually, his February 2nd speech in 1990 was South Africa's democratic revolution. What has been the outcome of the de Klerk revolution? The outcome of the de Klerk revolution has been the transfer of power from property owners, from owners of economic assets to non-owners of economic assets. And these non-owners of economic assets are the African middle-class professionals and organized labor. Those are the new ruling elite of South Africa. But because this new ruling elite owns no property, it can't make profit from its own assets. So it lives off the state. OECD had a look at compensation of general government employees in South Africa and compared it to similar countries and to developed countries as a percentage of GDP. And as you can see, more than 14% of South Africa's GDP goes into the remuneration of public employees. Similar countries to South Africa, middle-income countries at the same level of development, is only about 6% at the most. If you take Colombia, Indonesia, Chile, Thailand, most of those countries, which are middle-income countries like South Africa, the pay of public sector employees is about 6%. But we are sitting at over 14%. So what the new rulers of South Africa, this new elite, is doing is literally milking the economy of South Africa. And it is contributing to the stagnation because it is transferring resources that should be going to investment. It is transferring them to consumption via the tax system to the consumption of the new elite of the African middle class and of organized labor, which is the so-called tripartite alliance. But I noticed since last year, they have been joined by the English-speaking middle class. So we now have a new animal called the Government of National Unity. So you have a wonderful feast, middle-class feast in South Africa via the state by the African middle class and the English-speaking middle class, who are the leaders of the DA. The consequence for this is it reinforces the stagnation in the South African economy, because it is extracting from the production side of the economy into consumption of this new ruling elite through the tax system. The IMF updated these figures, and they included, for example, these figures excluded local government, because that's not paid by the fiscus. It also excluded state-owned enterprises. If you include local government and state-owned enterprises, this figure jumps up from 14% to way up there to 17%. So 17% of GDP of South Africa. Now, OECD countries, which are the most developed Western countries, it's only 10% of GDP goes to paying the public service. So what should happen to South Africa to address the problem of stagnation? Well, one of the things that should happen is we have to reduce public sector remuneration from 17% down to where other similar countries are, down to 6%. And that 10% of GDP that is saved should go to investment, so that our railways are properly repaired, our schools are properly maintained, and our infrastructure is looked after. And then investment. Today, investment in South Africa as a percentage of GDP is sitting at a disgraceful 15% of GDP. Countries like Korea is at 30%. India is over 30% of GDP. So we have to more than half our expenditure on the cost of government in South Africa. That is one of the first steps that has to be taken. But you cannot halve the cost of the public service while the rulers are still in charge of the government, the beneficiaries of that. So what South Africa needs is, I said we've had a de Klerk revolution, now you need a Moeletsi revolution, which will halve the cost of the public sector. We also have to repeal black economic empowerment legislation. One of the most important consequences of black economic empowerment, combined with high public sector salaries, is that it disincentivizes especially young black professionals from becoming entrepreneurs. It incentivizes them to become public sector employees. And this is why South Africa is not building new companies. This is one of the disgraceful situations about the South African economy. We are not building new companies in South Africa. We're shuffling existing assets, breaking them up to create so-called black-owned companies like the coal mining companies. Those are not new companies. These are subsidiaries of old companies like Anglo. Anglo takes its coal mines and calls it Exxaro and then gives it to its black employees, and we say there has been economic change. There has been no economic change by doing that. We have to create a new entrepreneurial class, and you cannot have a new entrepreneurial class if you are paying those kinds of salaries in the public sector, because it's more beneficial to go to the public sector than to set up a business. And this has to change. So we have to go back to where the Americans were after the Civil War, where they decided that the road to development they were going to adopt was not to export more raw materials to Europe. By the way, during the slave era, the Americans were main exporters of cotton to the British Industrial Revolution. They used slave labor and slave owners, and what caused the Civil War was because the slave owners wanted to extend this dependency economy to the West, to places like Texas and to California. That's why the rest of the society said, no, we are no longer going to continue as raw material exporters for the textile industry in Europe. We're going to make our own textiles. And the Americans went and stole from the British the technology of making textiles and made textiles in the United States themselves. That's how the economy developed. What have we done in South Africa? Well, I think we know what we have done in South Africa. We have to completely overhaul our education system. We have to completely overhaul our health system. We have to completely overhaul our housing system. In China, housing, which is they call it real estate there, is 25% of GDP. In South Africa, real estate does not even barely register on our GDP. Why? Because we build these disgraceful RDP houses, which are worth nothing. We should be building high-rise buildings for the housing of the population. This will give you a healthy living environment for the population of South Africa, instead of these pondokis, which we call RDP houses. There are many other things that we have to do. We have to have an urbanization plan for South Africa. 30% of the South African population lives in the rural area, in the so-called former Bantustan. What is the plan for that population? There is no plan for that population. If we are going to overcome, to urbanize the population that is now living in the former homelands, will create a huge number of new jobs in the economy of South Africa, because we have to build new towns to accommodate them. We have to build new infrastructures, which means we have to create jobs for the same people in order to build their own environment. So these, ladies and gentlemen, are the challenges that the solutions to the stagnation of the South African economy. I thank you.
Thank you, Moeletsi. You certainly never fail to disappoint. I'm so happy that I'm not part of the elite and even the English elite. I'm a poor brown man there from Cape Town. We have nothing, and we will certainly die without anything. But we've got good hearts. So thank you very much for that. I think it's so critical that we understand where we come from, but more so understand where we have to go towards, and especially in terms of two things that you've highlighted. How do we add value to our raw materials? I've seen shocking statistics in terms of our chrome exports going now to China. It comes back as final products. I worked in agriculture. I've seen our wool, cotton, being exported to the rest of the world in its raw form. And we lose out in terms of adding value to all of those products and in the process create jobs. But also, urbanization. It's shocking to see the circumstances in squatter camps all over Cape Town, where I come from. Where's the plan to turn that around? And it's through housing development, through infrastructure development, that jobs can be created. But let's not despair. But the bigger worry, obviously, is that 800 billion rand public wage bill. Because at the end of the day, we have got very little in terms of money to make available for further investment and also infrastructure development. Ladies and gentlemen, we're a bit behind, but we're going to make sure that we cover all of our speakers well. Can I ask Dr. Celeste Campher to step to the front, and she will do or focus on opportunities to unlock inclusive economic growth in South Africa. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I actually joked and said we should play a game and guess what the Deputy Minister was saying in silence. It would be interesting to hear what everybody was thinking. So I want to thank the Foundation and KAS for this opportunity, and also to apologize for my oversight for not putting the KAS logo on my slide. I decided to make my presentation quite real from the beginning. So it was quite inclusive because I involved my entire family in the process. You'll see the background to the speech comes from my husband, who I now call my speechwriter. My slides comes from my eldest daughter. She's actually an occupational therapist. The outfit I'm wearing comes from my youngest daughter. And then we couldn't get it right inclusively because my two sons didn't want to contribute anything at all. So they just benefiting from the process. But it's an honor for me to stand before you today to discuss a topic that lies at the heart of the future of South Africa, achieving an inclusive economy. And I think you'll all agree with me when I say that South Africa is brimming with potential. Its people, its resources, its diversity and its resilience. And yet we continue to be faced with deep-seated challenges, deeply entrenching inequality, unacceptably high unemployment rates, and persistent poverty. And so as we gather here today, I think we all want an answer to a very fundamental question. How do we convert this potential into prosperity? And how do we make this prosperity work for all South Africans and not only an elite minority? South Africa's post-democratic experience has been one of major overhaul in a number of areas, not all areas, as the previous speaker has alluded to. We have institutions, constitutional rights, a functional judicial system, and a society that is free to express themselves without fear of retribution. But on the matter of economic transformation and inclusion, we're not making the grade. So why is this happening? Before I get deeper into the crux of the
Good day,
topic
ladies
today,
and gentlemen. My apologies that I'm unable to attend to this engagement in person, but I trust that you are having.
To the hearts of all South Africans.
Today's address highlights how infrastructure, budget allocations, public debt management, and the G20's inclusive economy priorities under South Africa's presidency can come together to foster inclusive growth in South Africa. Unfortunately, our
Divided,
country continues to be
disjointed,
one
and
of the
in
most
crisis.
unequal in the world.
Dr.
And
Rassi
over the
Rasmus
past
stepped in,
decades,
not just
our
with
deteriorating
tactics, but
infrastructure,
with vision.
especially at the municipal level,
United a
electricity
team across
disruptions,
race,
crime,
class,
corruption,
language, and
weak
ideology.
investments, and very poor
And what
education
followed?
outcomes have
Back-to-back
created a
World
toxic
Cup
mix
rugby wins
that have
in
reduced our economy's
2019
growth
and
potential.
2023.
In this
But more
context,
than that,
infrastructure is a
we
key
built a
driver
team
of
that
economic
reflected the
growth
potential
and job
of South
creation.
Africa.
As part of the
Determined,
government's medium-term
diverse,
economic strategy under the
gritty,
GNU,
and united
we have
in
allocated
purpose.
over R1 trillion to
So
infrastructure
imagine if our
over the
economy
next
could
3
learn
years,
from this.
focusing on sectors
Globally,
such as
most
energy,
economies are
transport,
not
water,
working
and
for most of the
sanitation.
people in the world.
And this investment
Although
aims to
technology is
address the
advancing throughout
constraints
the world,
that undermine productivity
many
and
people
job
can't
creation,
get out of poverty and
should
death
hopefully lead to a
traps.
positive impact on
People are
employment
more
and positive poverty.
stressed out and unsure about
A
the
scenario
future.
analysis presented
So
in the
while
2025
globalization and
budget
technology
overview
are succeeding
shows
in
that rapid
creating an
investment in
interconnected
infrastructure could
society,
increase South Africa's
more
real
people are
GDP
feeling
growth to
isolated and
2.7%
excluded
in
from the
2025,
economy.
compared
And
to the
furthermore,
baseline growth rate of
capitalism, which is aimed at
1.4%.
achieving economic
Several
growth,
reforms are
is
underway
only
to
working
assist
for those who have
governments
money.
in delivering
Okay, so you can
infrastructure
only
and encourage
generate
private
wealth
sector
if you have
investments.
wealth.
The first of these is
In
the
South
budget
Africa, most of the
facilities
barriers to economic
which has been
transformation
strengthened
and
to
inclusive
develop a
growth
pipeline
are
of
not
projects
external,
that can
they are
attract
domestic.
funding. It will run multiple
It's been
appraisal
listed
windows
by
while
many of the
managing
speakers here
fiscal
this morning.
and risks. We have new public-private
Economic
partnership
policies
regulations
that
which
only support the values of the Constitution on paper, inefficiency in government operations, excessive red tape, administrative and political incompetence, fragmented policy implementation, and corruption. And all these, amongst others, continue to hold us back. So how can we make the analogy of the Springbok rugby team real for an inclusive economy in South Africa? If we look at the old age purpose of an economy as defined theoretically, it's supposed to organize society and ensure a flow of resources. In economics, we talk about the circular flow model, which is a model used to explain the flow of resources and funds amongst the role players of society. But what happens when a crucial resource or factor of production is excluded from either being used in this productive process or is excluded from participating in basic transactions in the economy? When this happens, it means that the economy is not living up to its purpose. And this is what's happening in South Africa. The official unemployment rate has consistently been increasing since 2012 and is at the highest since 1994. Food insecurity, defined as running out of money to buy food, is at least twice as high as what it was in 2016, with surveys reporting that 37% of households are affected. Hunger is rampant, and depressive symptoms have doubled. And currently, approximately 70% of adults live below the upper bound poverty line. Just like our national rugby team, we have the players, we have the grit, but yet many of our players will remain on the bench. And as a country, we won't lift the cup. But so what we need is an inclusive economy, one that is designed to ensure that all individuals and communities, especially those who have been previously marginalized or disadvantaged, have equal opportunities to participate in and benefit from economic growth. In an inclusive economy, we all need each other. You can't be an island of wealth in a sea of poverty. What made the Springbok special wasn't just the players. It was the culture of having a unified vision and a coach who turned his vision, or this vision, into success. So too, we need leadership that did what Dr. Rassi Rasmus did. Create a plan, build a team, and deliver. Dr. Erasmus called it like it was. No fluff, no spin, just straight talk and accountability. But in South Africa, governance, however, is plagued by buck passing, red tape, and corruption. Economic literature tells us that in order to achieve an inclusive economy, it requires that we reinvent the science of economics. Economics, as we know it now, needs to move beyond a solely growth-centered approach to one that is progressive and productively inclusive. But can we honestly apply this radical approach to South Africa? Let's face it, our economic growth rates are dismal. We had a 0.1% increase in the first quarter of 2025, previously we had 0.4 at the end of 2024, the fourth quarter of 2024, For the entire 2024, we had a increase of a mere 0.6%. So while many critics and economists will argue as to whether the bread is buttered or not, others will argue that there's no bread on the table in the first place. And I want to argue further that there is no bread on the table because not everybody is included in the productive process. Dr. Rassie Erasmus uses every player on his team, even when at times we would prefer he not use Mani Labok. In his book titled An Inclusive Economy, my colleague and dear friend Dr. Arno van der Kerk, I'm sure some of you must have read the book already, talks about an inclusive economic indicator called the GPI, Genuine Progress Indicator. So where the commonly known economic indicator GDP focuses only on measuring output, the GPI adjusts GDP by accounting for factors like income distribution, environmental costs, and the value of unpaid work. This indicator provides a more comprehensive comprehensive measure of economic well-being. So while GDP is a measure of current income, the GPI is a measure of how sustainable this income is. According to Dr. van der Kerk, genuine progress ensures inclusive development, which means improving the quality of human life while nurturing the capacity of our supporting ecosystems. The GPI highlights a very, very vital principle. The people are the real wealth of our nation. So how can we achieve this type of holistic and inclusive economic growth? Please allow me to then provide a few solutions and opportunities for achieving this. Firstly, and this latches on to what Mr. Mbeki mentioned earlier, he spoke about the Human Capital Index at large in the beginning of his presentation. We need to invest in human capital. And I'm sure most of you or many will say that we are doing this. But are we doing it realistically? Are we doing it responsibly? Are we doing it responsibly? Dr. Rassie didn't say to his team, I'll only pick those who are ready and able now. He said, I'll prepare those who are willing to fight. And he nurtured and empowered the raw talent in his team. One of the most significant assets South Africa possesses is its talent. We have a relatively young population, and our young people are dynamic, energetic, resilient, and increasingly educated. But if we keep underinvesting in vocational training, and we don't ensure that educational output is aligned with market demand, then we're failing them. Although the generic mainstream degree programs is succeeding in putting bums on seats at higher education institutions, these generic programs are not necessarily placing these graduates in jobs. Recent reports are showing that employers are now replacing entry-level jobs with AI. Okay, so that means that graduate unemployment is actually increasing. So the problem is not that our young people are not educated or qualified. The problem is that they do not have the relevant or appropriate qualifications. And as an academic, that concerns me. We now find ourselves in an era where we cannot run away from AI or digitalization. So we need to incorporate these into our curricula at primary school level. But first, we need to ensure that the teachers who are training and studying at higher education institutions are appropriately skilled to teach the kids at school. And if the labor market is not able to absorb graduates, then we should rather be churning out graduates that are self-employable and that will eventually become employers. Here we all have a responsibility to drive vocational training and entrepreneurial skills development. I really don't think our youth know how much a millwright, an electrician, or a plumber can potentially earn. That notion that they have that vocational skills is inferior or are inferior skills needs to be challenged and changed, because it's those skills that will make them self-employable and employers in the economy. If we want skill development programs and educational policies that address market demand, then we also need training authorities that are effective and efficient. I was fortunate recently to be involved in a project where we did a skills audit for the Free State Province on behalf of PCETA. In our audit, we found that the province is experiencing a growing need for digital transformation expertise, which remains largely unaddressed. But participants in the audit also told us that there's a definite mismatch between the job skill requirements and the content taught in the curricula at higher education institutions. So there's no communication between higher education institutions and private and public employers. The CETAs, for example, also need to be transformed into centers of excellence and not centers of corruption and inefficiency. Human capital investment is very vital for greater inclusion of the poor in economic generating opportunities and thus in achieving inclusive and pro-poor growth. Secondly, the way we do business needs to change. This implies for SMMEs, private sector, government institutions, and civil society. What does an inclusive economy look like? In an inclusive economy, it consists of inclusive businesses, and these businesses aim to achieve commercial success. We still want that, but also to create a social impact by creating opportunities for economically disadvantaged. Real growth shouldn't just lie in increasing material output, but in the value generated through improving human relations and their connection with nature. Large companies like BMW, they're seeing that there's more value in selling one BMW 100 times than selling 100 BMWs. Furthermore, by adding business practices such as resource efficiency, waste reduction, and continual use of materials and products, there's money to be made by involving the poor in recycling, upcycling, and repair. One man's trash can actually be another man's treasure. Big businesses can involve smaller businesses and even the communities where they operate and include them in their value chain by being a source of waste to these communities. A rubbish dump, which is something that is an eyesore in most communities, can actually become a source of investment or income. Small and medium enterprises are the lifeblood of any inclusive economy. Yet most businesses will tell you that setting up a business in South Africa is similar to navigating a maze blindfolded. The red tape is overwhelming. From registration to obtaining permits to accessing government grants or funding, the process is all too often marked by delays. In Australia, the registration of a company takes 24 to 48 hours, while this can take up to 16 weeks in Brazil and 3 months in China. In South Africa, it can take up to 21 days. So not too bad if we compare ourselves to our BRICS counterparts. But let me tell you, it's a harrowing 21 days. And here I speak from experience. My husband and I were involved in applying for government funding over nearly a 3-year period. Same funding, kept on having to resubmit and resubmit. Eventually received a positive outcome in March. It's August. We still haven't received anything. Now, how do you tell young people, start a business, there is funding? Because this will hold them back, and especially if it's your only source of income. If we are serious about economic inclusion, we must simplify the regulatory environment for SMMEs, particularly in townships. Carcinomics, a term aptly coined by G.G. Alcock, has taught us that the township economy is a resilient part of the informal economy, which consists of a tightly networked social community, an eclectic mix of business ideas which address the critical needs of society. There's potential here, and it's up to us to use it. And I'm so happy about Stats SA's proposal to finally develop this register for small businesses. I mean, how else can we support small businesses if we don't know what small businesses we have in this economy. So I think this register will go a long way ensuring that we know who's there, what they are doing, and what type of support they need. And also to see the gap in terms of what businesses need to be established in informal businesses. Informal economy, sorry. Infrastructure development, it needs to be faster and fairer. Even the greatest rugby team cannot win on a broken rugby field. And like rugby boots with no grip, poor infrastructure holds back progress and growth. Infrastructure is a wonderful enabler of economic inclusion, but only if it works. The Zondo Commission, which investigated state capture, estimated that at least 57 billion was tainted by state capture, with the majority of that coming from Transnet and Eskom. However, the total economic impact of state capture is estimated to be much higher than that. And this has severely impacted our transportation infrastructure and electricity generation. And these two are very vital inputs in the production process. It's unacceptable that basic infrastructure in rural areas is left unfinished, and this due to contractor fraud, corruption in tenders, or simply a lack of oversight. The construction and water tanker mafias in South Africa are real. They're real and they're dangerous. But do you hear government saying anything about them? No. We must professionalize procurement processes, and infrastructure rollouts should not only serve as political campaign boosters. South Africa does not have a money problem. We have a delivery problem and we have an accountability problem. Lastly, we need to embrace green and digital economies. The global economy is rapidly digitalizing and greening. These trends offer us fantastic opportunities to leapfrog old systems that are no longer working for us. But digitalization in South Africa is a buzzword, and we're still lagging behind with respect to this. In the majority of rural areas, a lack of internet, digital literacy, and basic infrastructure disconnects millions of individuals from these opportunities. But the green economy, which is also now growing, must not leave behind those communities which we find in South Africa who are still very dependent on traditional agriculture. Instead, we need to empower such communities to transition to be more renewable and to innovate. An example of this is Ghana. One of my PhD students is doing an investigation on this. Ghana, for example, the state has implemented various social innovation initiatives. And this is to assist the 100 of farmers who are dependent on cocoa production. And they have found that there's a decline in the cocoa sector in Ghana. So what the state now has decided, let's be proactive. We have hundreds of farmers who are dependent on the sector. The sector is facing a decline. Let's help them. And so they realize that the cocoa farmers will perish if the cocoa sector collapses. And as such, they are implementing innovation initiatives to provide these farmers with sustainable income generating opportunities. Ladies and gentlemen, an inclusive economy is not a mystery. We have the plans, we have the talent, we have the team, we have the resources. All we lack is effective, ethical, and efficient implementation. To transform South Africa fundamentally, we must embrace a culture of inclusive growth that firstly is people-centered and not only money-driven, results-orientated and not only politically driven, transparent and not transactional. So the moment has arrived for us to move from the red tape to real results and to build a South Africa where growth is not only possible but inclusive, empowering and sustainable. Stronger together shouldn't just be a slogan. It's actually an economic model that we can build on. And so I think it's up to all of us to journey on this path of redemption and chase the sun like the Springboks do. Thank you. See how I saved you time.
Thank you, Dr. Celeste Campher, whereas Moeletsi gave us a very brief overview of the challenges that we find ourselves in, give us a historical perspective as well as a future perspective. We are now drilling down into the more the detail, and it's indeed an eye-opener, this development of a genuine progress indicator. I think the emphasis on people and seeing people as the real wealth of any country, and especially South Africa's, is something that we should promote and make sure that we continue along a path that leverage the potential of all people. And it's there in our Constitution. Our Constitution provides 3 critical building blocks. The first building block talks about human dignity. How do we ensure that we build people's human dignity, restore the human dignity? Second building block speaks to equality. Oh yes, not all of us are equal in terms of brain power or wealth, but how do we create equal opportunities for all of our people instead of, again, jumping on the bandwagon of employment equity targets that are purely based on race? And then thirdly, how do we make sure that we honor the rights and the freedoms that our Constitution provide, and how do we create or make sure that that becomes a reality for all South Africans? Thank you very much for that. Are we ready for the Minister, the Deputy Minister? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, you are welcome to grab a cup of coffee, come and sit down, because we're a bit behind. But let's continue with that video. Thank you.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My apologies that I'm unable to attend to this engagement in person, but I trust that you are having good and productive engagements today. Today's address highlights how infrastructure, budget allocations, public debt management, and the G20's inclusive economy priorities under South Africa's presidency can come together to foster inclusive growth in South Africa. Unfortunately, our country continues to be one of the most unequal in the world, and over the past decade, our deteriorating infrastructure, especially at the municipal level, electricity disruptions, crime, corruption, weak investments, and very poor education outcomes have created a toxic mix that have reduced our economy's growth potential. In this context, infrastructure is a key driver of economic growth and job creation. As part of the government's medium-term economic strategy under the GNU, we have allocated over R1 trillion to infrastructure over the next 3 years, focusing on sectors such as energy, transport, water, and sanitation. And this investment aims to address the constraints that undermine productivity and job creation, and should hopefully lead to a positive impact on employment and poverty. A scenario analysis presented in the 2025 budget overview shows that rapid investment in infrastructure could increase South Africa's real GDP growth to 2.7% in 2025, compared to the baseline growth rate of 1.4%. Several reforms are underway to assist the government in delivering infrastructure and encourage private sector investment. The first of these is the Budget Facility for Infrastructure, which is being strengthened to develop a pipeline of projects that can attract funding. It will run multiple appraisal windows while managing fiscal exposure and risks. We have new public-private partnership regulations, which took effect on the 1st of June this year, and these have simplified processes and introduced supporting frameworks for unsolicited proposals. And we have a single structure overseen by the National Treasury that will be established later this year to coordinate state participation in project preparation and planning, public-private partnerships, and funding and credit guarantees. Our government spending is highly redistributive, with 61% of the budget allocated to what we term the social wage, which includes spending on health, education, social protection, community development, and employment programs. This allocation reflects our commitment to supporting low-income and vulnerable households while maintaining fiscal discipline. And we know from data across the world that investing in health and education is vital for promoting not only equality, but more importantly, long-term growth and maximizing human potential. Our provincial education sector baseline over the medium term is R1 trillion, while the provincial health sector budget is R845 billion over the medium term. Additional resources have been provisionally allocated to expanding early childhood development and making sure that we are able to right size education and health in terms of worker numbers. Social grants continue to provide essential support to vulnerable groups. There are several employment and active labor market programs that help to transition people into work, support the temporarily unemployed, and encourage entrepreneurship. The social protection and employment support programs are currently being reviewed to maximize their efficacy. To achieve our national priorities, we do need to realize greater efficiencies in public spending. To improve public spending, we are applying emerging insights from spending reviews, which have been undertaken and will be undertaking further spending reviews to ensure that we can improve outcomes for the taxpayer money that we spend. Now, much has been said of Operation Vulindlela, and it has now entered its second phase in May 2025. We're going to build on the existing reforms, but we're expanding into new areas that are critical for inclusive and sustained growth. These new reform areas include strengthening local government and improving the delivery of basic services, driving digital transformation to support service delivery, creating dynamic and integrated cities to enable economic activity. This includes special reforms to reduce transport costs and connect people to opportunities. Now, for the first time since the 2000s, government is consistently running a primary budget surplus, where revenue exceeds non-interest expenditure. And our strategy is underpinned by growing this primary surplus to stabilize the debt to GDP ratio, and we intend to do that this year, which will make an important turning point in our public finances. Interest payments remain a significant burden on the fiscus, consuming 22% of revenue in the current budget. Reversing this upward trend of interest payments will allow the government to spend less on debt service costs and more on infrastructure, economic growth, and essential services such as health and education, which are absolutely critical to growth and development in our country. As public finances stabilize and our fiscal targets are achieved, the government has been exploring the implementation of strong fiscal policy anchors. These measures will help prevent a recurrence of the cycle of high spending, high deficits, and high debt. When it comes to the G20, the theme of South Africa's G20 presidency is solidarity, equality, and sustainability. G20 countries play a pivotal role in addressing global challenges such as poverty, inequality, and job creation. South Africa's G20 presidency has created a task force to deliver a set of policies and principles for inclusive economic growth, employment creation, and the fight against inequality. So the current budget and where we are headed highlights the government's commitment to achieving our key milestones, critically stabilizing government debt as a percentage of GDP in this fiscal year, maintaining a sustained primary budget surplus, and continuing our investment in infrastructure and the social wage. We continue to lay the foundation for long-term growth through increased investment in infrastructure and the implementation of structural reforms. We're also allocating resources to support the most vulnerable in society. But prudent fiscal and debt management will create the fiscal space needed to spend more on the things that our country needs to spend money on. And our G20 leadership promotes an environment that is conducive to inclusive growth. These are important steps towards achieving inclusive and sustainable growth in South Africa. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister, for giving us some insight into what government is doing in terms of managing our budget. But my critique always is the way we have compiled our budget. I think to a very large extent, too little money in our national budget is made available for economic development. Almost 70% of our national budget is geared towards social interventions. And Moeletsi has raised the issue of, as well as Dr. Campher, the issue of our public wage bill. If you cut that by 50%, you will perhaps add additional 400 billion to the 1 trillion rand that you have made available for infrastructure development. And then, why do we continue with a grant system that fuels dependency? Why don't we start talking about an employment grant to get people into the job market and assist them, etc.? But I think our biggest challenge sits with the agri-SETA. There we look at approximately 21 billion rand that is annually collected to drive skills development. But what is the return on that investment? Perhaps it's also time to close down all the agri-SETAs and rather fund vocational training at good technical colleges and make sure that our people get access to good quality technical vocational training, as opposed to money being given to SETAs, and the bulk of that money actually goes into funding of staff, also into a lot of the pockets, pockets of service providers that actually just enrich themselves at the expense of youth out there that is quite in need for proper training. But that's just my few thoughts. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have a short break. Let me just check my time. It's now 11:25. Let us give ourselves about 15 minutes. Let us be back, okay, make it 20 minutes. Let's be back at 11:45. You will hear me hitting the sources out there. If you hear that sound, then please come back into the room so that we can proceed with our next speakers, Ismail and Professor William Komedi. But thank you very much to our previous speakers. You've really laid a good foundation for a good critical discussion later today. I think it will go much better as opposed to the one that's happening just not far from us. I believe the G20 has a lot of ministers that are talking about small business. And that's another big problem. We invest or we budget billions to sustain a small business department. The big question is, to what extent did that small business department help to create new businesses in South Africa? Because of the bulk of that money goes into the funding of all kinds of councils, salaries of staff, and very little is left in terms of helping small businesses to get off the ground. Thank you very much. Let's have a cup of tea and coffee, and please network. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to start. Let us do so. We have Ismail Joosub, a colleague of ours at the FW de Klerk Foundation, who will give us an overview of the current legal landscape governing an inclusive economy. Ismail is also doing a lot of work with young people and with the youth. So for that we are very grateful, and perhaps also sharing some of the stuff that you do. I also, for my sins, sit at a number of private institutions where training is being done. And if you look at the training landscape in South Africa, there's a huge number of entities and institutions that are absolutely doing brilliant work within the vocational space. They are all obviously privately funded, and they operate within the private sector. And that is the sad part of it, because we want to see also our public sector institutions do what they're supposed to do, and that is to provide our young people with the very best. Ismail, over to you.
Distinguished guests, colleagues, fellow South Africans. Why are we here?
we gather today to turn our Constitution's promise of equality and dignity into a lived reality for all. So at the outset, let us confront some harsh realities. Nearly 30 years after democracy, South Africa remains one of the most unequal societies on earth. Unemployment is staggeringly high. Roughly 1 in 3 adults is jobless, and nearly half of young people cannot find work. Millions live in poverty. So you see, these just aren't statistics. They reflect the daily lived reality of young graduates unable to find jobs and of families who are struggling to put food on the table. And we see this. We see the frustration of a generation with much to offer, but simply no chance to participate. Last week we celebrated Mandela Day, and Nelson Mandela quite eloquently reminds us that overcoming poverty is not a gesture of charity, it is an act of justice. So the trajectory that we're on simply cannot continue. I put it to you, is this the inclusive prosperity that we envisaged in 1994? Is this what we hoped for? Clearly not. But we are not here today to lose hope. We are here to chart a path forward. So we must then examine our legal landscape and ask ourselves whether our laws are healing the wounds of the past, or whether those same laws are simply creating new wounds. South Africa's constitution then becomes our lodestar, enshrining non-racialism, human dignity, the achievement of equality, and the advancement of human rights and freedoms as founding values of the Republic. Section 9 of the Bill of Rights guarantees equality and even goes so far as to permit, to allow affirmative action measures under Section 9.2 to advance those who have been disadvantaged by unfair discrimination. Thus, what that means in practice is that the government may make laws that discriminate against South Africans based on their race to achieve equality, to achieve substantive equality. That is a South Africa where everyone fully and equally enjoys all rights and freedoms. But importantly, the Constitutional Court, in the case of the Minister of Justice versus Van Heerden, has held that for such redress measures to be presumed to be fair, they must then meet certain key requirements. If not, they are not fair. And these 3 requirements are, first, they must target a genuinely disadvantaged group. Listen carefully. First, they must target a disadvantaged group. Secondly, they must be reasonably designed to protect or uplift that group. And third, they should not impose such substantial undue harm on those who are then excluded from its benefits. That eventually is South Africa's long-term goal of a constitutional republic, one where non-racialism and non-sexism exist as founding values. In other words, affirmative action policies should be a bridge to a future of equality. They should not perpetuate new forms of inequality. But the Constitution, with its founding value of non-racialism, clearly never intended affirmative action to become this perpetual racial entitlement that we see today. Because this would then threaten that goal that the Constitution wants of a non-racial society. Surely, ladies and gentlemen, the sun must eventually set. We must always keep in front of our mind that the ultimate goal, as Justice Ngobo noted, is a racial non-sexist society where each person's worth is equal. Thus, any policy that undermines a long-term vision by entrenching racial division, or perhaps a better word than to use would be elite privilege, betrays our Constitution's ideals. And remember, our Constitution even protects the right to free economic activity. Look at Section 22 of the Bill of Rights. It says that everyone in South Africa has a right to choose their trade or occupation or profession freely. But for that right to be meaningful, citizens must have real access to opportunities, real access to capital and skills. So then, with this vision in mind, we must ask ourselves, do our current economic policies align with these principles? Or do they perhaps fall short? Do they never fail to disappoint? Indeed, the jurisprudential test laid down in that case I mentioned, in the case of Minister of Justice versus Van Heerden, is not simply a suggestion by the Constitution. It is a binding, doctrinal framework within which all affirmative action must operate. The Constitutional Court really made it unequivocally clear, ladies and gentlemen, a measure cannot claim the protection of affirmative action in Section 9.2 of the Constitution unless it is reasonably capable of attaining its desired outcomes. It must be carefully designed to advance those disadvantaged by unfair discrimination, must not be merely a racial proxy to serve an elite class. It's also captured in subsidiary law that gives effect to Section 9 of the Constitution, the subsidiary law in this case being the Equality Act, which states that it is not unfair discrimination to take measures designed to protect or advance persons or categories of persons disadvantaged by unfair discrimination or the members of such groups or such persons. But if the remedial measures are arbitrary, if those remedial measures then become capricious, or if they display naked preference, then, ladies and gentlemen, they could hardly be said to be designed to achieve the constitutionally authorized end. It is sufficient, however, if the measure carries a reasonable likelihood of meeting that end. So importantly, in terms of that Van Heerden case, the measure cannot impose such substantial and undue harm on those excluded from its benefits that our long-term constitutional goal, again I mention the long-term constitutional goal of a non-racial, non-sexist society envisages. So I know we're talking about the Constitution, ladies and gentlemen. We would be remiss then not to mention Section 1 of the Constitution. And Section 1 of the Constitution lists non-racialism and non-sexism as its founding values, meaning that any measure then that fails to meet these three requirements that I've mentioned, that were set out in Van Heerden, will be merely unfair discrimination based on race. Again, something that's also prohibited then by the Equality Act. Any infringement on the rights to equality, on the rights to dignity, on the rights to occupational freedom as per Section 22 of the Constitution must pass a test laid down in Section 36 of the Constitution, the limitations clause. That is, that if there is an infringement on any one of these rights, it must show itself to be reasonable. It must show itself to be justifiable in an open and democratic society based on human dignity and equality and freedom. If it does not show that, then it fails the constitutional muster altogether. I put it to you then, prolonged reliance on race-based criteria in government policies that entrench permanent racial classification, that ignore economic nuance, and ultimately serve the few over the many, are not just flawed, ladies and gentlemen, these are unconstitutional. And this is because, one, they undermine that long-term vision, but secondly, that they fail to pass the Equality Act's fairness test because, one, they do not reasonably and justifiably differentiate between persons according to objective criteria intrinsic to the activity concerned. When tested under Section 14 of the Equality Act, the policies I mentioned falter, and falter horribly. They often impair dignity. They disproportionately impact poor black South Africans who feel the brunt of these policies perhaps more than anybody else. They reflect systematic patterns of exclusion and of elite capture, which have become common bywords in the South Africa of today. And yes, many of these policies have noble intentions and legitimate purposes. But while they have legitimate purposes, unfortunately we find that their design fails to achieve that purpose effectively and overlooks way less restrictive, way more equitable means of achieving that purpose. Aren't there a better way to do things? Perhaps the Germans could teach us a lesson on efficiency in this regard. Can't we target disadvantage based on socioeconomic status rather than just on race alone? Moreover, government has then not taken any reasonable steps to address the structural disadvantages of all affected groups. So when the actual test is then applied, these measures cannot be presumed fair and are indeed, as I mentioned, unconstitutional. Now, as we evaluate our policies, it then becomes clear that South Africa, as I said, has many well-intentioned policies, many well-intentioned transformation policies. But have we transformed ourselves for the better, or have we pointed these policies as a gun at our own feet? And I mention one notable law here, the Broad-Based Economic Empowerment Act of 2003, the BBBE Act, and also the Employment Equity Act of 1998. Let's look at these laws. Let's look at these laws. On paper, these aim to redress apartheid's legacy. And who wouldn't want to get behind that? But in practice, however, they often have become just tick box exercises. They have not been real engines of inclusion. Take BBBE. Its noble intention was to broaden black ownership and opportunity. Yet over time, all it's done was to devolve itself into a compliance checklist. Companies chase points for black ownership and procurement, but how much empowerment is actually happening on the ground? Even the BEE Commission itself, ironically, has cautioned against this tick box culture. And the result, as we all know, is that while some politically connected individuals become very wealthy indeed, the masses of disadvantaged South Africans have seen very little change. In fact, Professor William Gumede, you have concluded that BEE has led to increased poverty, has led to increased unemployment, has led to increased inequality. You've said that it's widened the very gap that it was meant to have bridged in the first place. Well-intentioned, ill-practiced. Put plainly, BEE may have hurt the black majority more than anyone. It creates that small wealthy elite. It leaves the majority of people no better off than they were before 1994. There was a civil society group that I read about the other day who even noted that BEE has now become nothing more than elitist policy designed to protect connected interests at the expense of the unemployed majority. I think the key word really is there, at the expense of. We must not take that just as rhetorical jargon. At the expense of means that money that was supposed to have trickled down to the masses of poor people are now finding its way into the pockets of some politically connected individuals. And the consequences of this are absolutely dire, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, we've heard it before. But when we see the missed opportunities in reality, it becomes even more shocking. For example, onerous BEE rules now recently have even blocked the entry of Starlink into South Africa. Starlink is a satellite internet service that could have provided cheap broadband internet to rural areas, that could have provided digital skills to learners in schools, that could have stopped my Wi-Fi from lagging. But unfortunately, we are where we are. Professor Gumede, you've even estimated that R1 trillion, I had to read this again, R1 trillion in BEE deals has enriched fewer than 100 beneficiaries since 1994. That, ladies and gentlemen, is hardly broad broad-based empowerment. What is the broad base? How are they being empowered? We still see sky-high black poverty and youth unemployment despite decades of BE. This is a clear sign that yes, we've had the right goals, but we've had the wrong tools. And the same constitutional concerns arise with other areas of our policy. Take this 100 billion rands transformation fund. While it has positioned itself as a tool for economic inclusion, again, very well intentioned on paper, the fund itself builds on that same flawed foundation of BEE. It allocates benefits based primarily on race. That raises red flags under Section 1 of the Constitution, non-racialism, which I spoke about, also Section 9 of the Constitution, equality, particularly since BE has demonstrated its failed attempt to reduce inequality. Moreover, looking at this 100 billion rand transformation fund, its structure appears to completely bypass the National Revenue Fund, and that would be in violation of Section 213 of the Constitution. It ties public procurement to contributions. And then this breaches Section 217 of the Constitution, particularly because we completely then negate key elements like competitiveness and cost effectiveness. Those simply fly out of the window. And without express parliamentary approval, this transformation fund simply risks becoming a shadow budget, a parallel para-parliamentary process, vulnerable to elite capture, vulnerable to political misuse. Let me be clear, this is not transformation by constitutional design, this is redistribution by executive fiat. It is little more than a feeding trough. South Africa cannot afford another unaccountable fund that entrenches inequality while ignoring the principles of legality and transparency and outcome-based empowerment. The pattern continues. The story continues. The same pattern appears in other areas. Let's look at these. The employment equity regulations. They were meant to foster workplace diversity, noble in intent, ill-practiced. What has happened now is that these employment equity regulations have defaulted to rigid quotas without actually improving any skills or creating any jobs. For instance, you look at the Employment Equity Amendment Act of 2022, that introduces binding sectoral numerical targets across 18 sectors of society. They require companies with more than 50 employees to align their workforce demographics with national or regional racial profiles, or risk penalties including fines of up to 2.7 million rand or 10% of a company's annual turnover, or risk disqualification from getting any state tenders. This is a centralized approach. It's what's been hurting our economy for decades. And this centralized approach empowers the Minister of Employment and Labor to set these targets, yes, in consultation with other stakeholders. But one can then equally argue that all it does is effectively imposes racial quotas without addressing the underlying problems in society, the underlying inequalities in education, in training. It is an ill-conceived one-size-fits-all approach, and this one-size-fits-all approach risks hurting businesses and workers alike without truly empowering anybody in need. And while strong labor laws protect those with jobs, they've also made employers hesitant to hire any new employees. This is why we've seen recently that Mr. Johan Els, the chief economist at Old Mutual, he's warned us that South Africa will never reach the 5 to 6% GDP growth we need as long as our labor market remains so heavily overregulated. So you see, a law that inadvertently discourages hiring ends up hurting the very people it's meant to help, the unemployed. So ladies and gentlemen, I would be remiss not to mention that South Africa has what we euphemistically call a spending problem. A lot of our speakers have touched on this. Dr. Ashor Sarupen has also mentioned this a number of times. We've got a spending problem in South Africa. How many of you remember recently the budget scandal? Not that one, the other one. There have been a number of budget scandals in South Africa. The truth is, our stagnant economic growth, now in the 0 point somethings, cannot be separated from how government spends our money. According to the Auditor General, over 38 billion rand was lost to fruitless and wasteful expenditure in 2023 and 24 alone. 38 billion rands lost, gone. That figure nearly cancels out the projected 42 billion rands that we would have gained from those controversial VAT increases. Do you see the link? VAT was increased, or supposed to have been increased, but we've got this spending problem. You fix the spending problem, you don't have to increase VAT, perhaps you could even give tax breaks. And this just proves that revenue shortfalls are not a function of low taxes, but of poor financial discipline in general. The Auditor General also warned that over 70% of audited departments failed to comply with basic financial controls, weakening service delivery and economic impact. How can we ever expect investors and entrepreneurs and job seekers to thrive in an environment where public funds simply vanish through mismanagement? If we are serious about economic growth, then yes, reform must begin with the government itself. Spending must be efficient, it must be transparent, it must be constitutional. Anything less undermines the rule of law that underpins our democracy and betrays the very people such budgets aim to serve. Meanwhile, we have an informal economy. We have the township economy, we've got Casinomics. And those thrive outside of the formal legal framework. Millions of people rely on the informal sector for their very survival. Nearly 20% of all South Africans employed work in informal businesses. But our policies, ladies and gentlemen, our policies largely ignore, even inhibit the sector with burdensome bylaws. Our policies do not support those in the informal sector. Formalizing major players, formalizing the taxi industry could unlock jobs, could unlock revenue, could lead to safer infrastructure, and most importantly would broaden the tax base for SARS without ever considering raising taxes. So this informal market of ours is not a problem that we must view to be policed. It is an opportunity that must be cultivated. And failing to recognize and assist the informal sector means missing a huge chance for economic growth at the community level. So in short, yes, many of our current laws, from BEE to the labor laws we have, focus on form over substance. They measure inputs, they measure compliance, they do not measure real, actual outcomes. And we must change that. Are these policies delivering real equality and inclusion, or are they just paperwork, nice to haves that sit on a shelf and empower a few at the expense of the many? I put it to you then that the evidence points only to the latter. To truly achieve an inclusive economy, we need to move beyond these tick box exercises and start moving the needle on poverty and unemployment and ownership for the many. But I was told I've got to come here and propose solutions, not just whine and complain, because I am young and young people need to be a part of the solution, not a part of the problem. So how then, ladies and gentlemen, do we go about fixing these missteps created by those who came before us and better align our policies with the Constitution's vision? Well, we really must be bold and we have to be innovative in how we do this. So let's consider a few shifts in our thinking on what can be done. I think firstly, we must measure real outcomes and not just the paperwork I spoke of. I think it would be great if we create a transformation index or a scorecard really that rewards tangible results. How many jobs have been created? How many skills have been developed? How many businesses have been funded, rather than only looking at the percentage of black ownership in a specific company, in a specific economy. So for example, the way that we could do this is, if a company invests heavily in training young black engineers, if that same company hypothetically supports 50 new township entrepreneurs, then that should count for something. That should count more than just a token ownership deal. Ladies and gentlemen, empowerment must be about uplifting the people, not just transferring stakes on paper. But I think there are a lot of other things that we can do. Secondly, I think we should target socio-economic need. Many countries have done this, Singapore being one of them. Over time, we should shift criteria from race to class. Race was a proxy for the disadvantaged. Race was a proxy for the disadvantaged. But now, nearly 30 years on, we must refine our approach. The sun must set. An inclusive policy must prioritize poor rural communities, township youth, women entrepreneurs, those who have been most heavily marginalized over the last 30 years, who now today face the greatest barriers to inclusion. If we use these socioeconomic indicators, education, income, location, to guide us on crafting better policies, then we can surely ensure that help goes to those who actually need it, not elite capture. And would also uphold Section 9.2 of the Constitution's call to advance the disadvantaged without creating perpetual racial categorization. We speak about identity, and it seems to me that government itself is fixated on the idea of identity forming a part of our laws. Well, what about other socioeconomic indicators? What about education? What about location? I think these are incredibly important to recognize. Now, there are a number of things. Thirdly, we must then promote broad-based ownership in enterprise. Now, I'm not talking about BEE, so instead of forcing companies into narrow BEE ownership deals, let's allow more flexibility to the policies via empowerment mechanisms like equity equivalence. We've all heard the word equity equivalent over the last few months when the Starlink issue was being debated in the media. Equity equivalent is an existing program. I wish Starlink were an existing program. Equity equivalent is an existing program that lets firms invest in community development or small black-owned businesses in lieu of handing over equity. What this means, what the equity equivalent program refers to, is that instead of asking a company to give away a chunk of its business operations, let's ask that same company to invest that same amount of money in the very community in which it operates. And this results then in tangible empowerment for those in that locality. So we should expand these alternatives. And there are a number of other alternatives. Let's, for instance, look at something called employee share ownership plans that gives workers in a company a direct stake in their company, and that spreads wealth through ordinary workers in their company and truly broadens ownership. So we can also explore enterprise zones in disadvantaged areas by offering tax breaks and more streamlined, less red tape heavy rules for businesses that set up and hire locally. Let's reward those who are doing well. Why punish the few who are doing well? And these ideas have been proven elsewhere, and they can unlock growth in communities that need it the most. And we may even venture so far as to say that we need a completely bold reset, like establishing something in terms of an opportunity fund that would finance education and new enterprises for the poor, or for adopting a non-racial economic empowerment policy that focuses purely on economic disadvantage and merit. All of these that I've mentioned, ladies and gentlemen, all of these alternatives, these proposals, aim to achieve equity by uplifting the underprivileged of all races, rather than just enforcing new perpetual racial quotas. And we must also, I would also be remiss not to say that we must pursue smarter labor laws. We can protect workers and encourage hiring at the same time. Yes, we can do it, protect workers and encourage hiring at the same time. The law should make it easier for firms to take a chance on inexperienced job seekers. For example, we've got to simplify our dismissal procedures for probationary employees. We've got to exempt very small businesses from certain onerous regulations. All of these could stimulate job creation without undermining the core labor rights that underpin our democracy. The Constitution's guarantee of fair labor practices does not demand red tape that stifles jobs. That balance can be struck. We can strike a balance between worker dignity while reducing the fear that employers have of expanding their workforce. Every one of these shifts that I've mentioned moves us closer to equality, to substantive equality. In each case, we focus on capacity building and opportunity in line with the Constitution's vision, rather than mere token compliance on paper. And the end goal is a healthy, inclusive economy where redress is still achieved, but achieved through growth and empowerment, not through zero-sum redistribution among just a few. And by realigning our policies now, we can ensure that today's corrective measures lay the foundations for tomorrow's truly non-racial and prosperous society. But ladies and gentlemen, finally, to achieve an inclusive economy, there has to be a reset. There has to be a new partnership between government, business, and community. A new partnership between government, business, and community. The public sector must create an environment where the private sector can thrive and invest. Why? Because it is the private sector that has the capital, it is the private sector that has the expertise, it is the private sector that has the networks to create jobs at scale. We must also confront hard truths. At present, the bulk of government revenue is eaten up by something we've mentioned this morning. The bulk of government revenue is eaten up by the public sector wage bill. Christo, you mentioned 700 or 800 billion rand. The question then we must ask ourselves is, where is the return on investment? When we have children in school, 80% of which in grade 4 cannot read for meaning, where is the return on investment? Our public sector wage leaves too little room for economic development, and this must change only through discipline and reform. And for this, policy certainty becomes crucial. If we have rules that keep changing, if we have rules like mining charters or licensing requirements that keep changing or keep becoming too onerous, the answer is simple: investors will simply take their money elsewhere. We must send a clear message that South Africa is open for business for all and welcomes all who can come in and help grow our economy. Government's role is to provide policy certainty and infrastructure and to spend public resources efficiently on services that enable economic growth, on education, on healthcare, on security. Business's role, on the other hand, is to invest and to expand here at home, to train workers, to innovate, to build industries. And moreover, we should seize these opportunities in emerging sectors. We must not discount the fact that there are emerging sectors that if we do not look at now, will bypass us. The renewable energy sector, digital services, agro-processing. This is where South Africa can create jobs. By encouraging investment and skill development in these high-growth industries, we can leapfrog constraints and generate inclusive growth for the 21st century. And therefore, we should incentivize enterprises through sensible measures. Cut the unnecessary red tape. Streamline permits. Offer tax breaks for those who build factories for call centers in high unemployment areas. Rather than government and business being at odds, they must work hand in hand. When a company grows and hires, South Africa wins. When government ensures rule of law and a skilled workforce is in place, business wins. It is a mutual dependence that we must cultivate, and it is heartening then in that regard to see the work of Operation Vulindlela. But disheartening to note that South Africa has a youth bulge. Every year, hundreds of thousands of school leavers and graduates join the labor market. We need to make sure that they find opportunities here at home. This is the last frontier. There must not be greener pastures anywhere else. Our youth must not languish in unemployment or leave South Africa to set up home abroad. Crucially, we must give young South Africans a stake in this partnership. Government, business, consumers. Youth are not just beneficiaries. They are the innovators and the entrepreneurs of our economy. Let's support youth-led startups. Let's expand entrepreneurships. And let's give out learnerships to make it easier for first-time job seekers to get that initial experience. Remember, investing in our youth is investing in our country's future. This spirit of partnership with government as the enabler, with business as the driver, with citizens as active participants is how we will generate the inclusive growth that we want. And this is why I'm so happy also to note that the FW de Klerk Foundation has been making great strides in going down to young people to inform them about the Constitution. Because we believe that growth begins with the Constitution, understanding your rights and building on that. Indeed, the Constitution for the FW de Klerk Foundation is the foundation for the youth to live a better life in South Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, we now stand at a crossroads. We can either cling to failing formulas and watch our dream deferred, or we can embrace these bold reforms that I've mentioned, that our Constitution envisages, and I'm confident that we will choose the latter. Why? Because everywhere I look, I see South Africans determined to turn promises into reality. Lastly, if we were to close our eyes and imagine the South Africa we strive for, how would that look like? We would have an inclusive economy where every child in a rural village or in a township has the same chance to prosper as a child in any suburb, where your hard work and talents carry you, not your skin color, not your family connections, where every person who wants to work or who wants to start a business finds doors that are open, doesn't find walls. That would be a nation that lives up to the spirit of the Constitution. I leave you with this last thought in one word: there is hope. Despite our challenges, many of them as they may be, I have hope. Hope that our youth will see a brighter future in this land. Hope that we will unite across all divides to build a sustainable and prosperous future for all. I know we have the principles. I know we have the people. I know we all have the passion to build an inclusive economy. Let us go forward from here and make it happen. Together, we must surely succeed. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ismail, for reminding us about the Constitution. Obviously, our Constitution serves as a blueprint to get us back on track. But as long as the Constitution is interpreted in a way where race becomes the most important thing, as opposed to really unlocking the potential of all of our people, then we remain trapped in this quagmire that we find ourselves in. So thank you for that. My colleague Bridget Backman, she is, I think, Deputy Commissioner there at SARS. We had a conversation earlier today about the fact that at SARS a lot of work is being done to obviously collect our taxes. Taxes is then deployed by Treasury to various government departments, and the big question is what then happens with our money. And I think that is where the focus should be. So thank you, Bridget, also for attending today. And I think for us it's also to understand, the landscape, the ecosystem, in terms of small businesses, their contribution to the fiscus, the understanding of our agricultural space, how many of the agricultural entities contribute to the taxes, and how do we grow the tax base, because currently the amount of people that contribute to in terms of taxes, it's low. It actually poses a significant risk to financial sustainability. So we then come to our last speaker, but I just want to perhaps just look at our arrangements for the program. Daniela, just help me. We will have Dr. or Professor Gumede now, right? Then we will have lunch. Okay, is lunch important? Yes. Okay, we've paid for that, ladies and gentlemen. Please enjoy, but then you have to come back, because we're going to have a very interesting panel discussion, and we want our journalists to remain with us, because we would like nice interaction between the audience and our panelists, and come up with good ideas. I think one of our big challenges in South Africa is the lack of ideas. We remain trapped in an ideological space where good ideas, practical ideas are being frowned upon. We continue to rather support ideological positionings as opposed to what are the ideas that can catapult South Africa into a trajectory that can bring about growth. And Moeletsi spoke about how the Americans focus on entrepreneurship, focus on creative ideas, technological advancements, and so forth, to take their economy forward and free up the space for ideas. Because if you curtail that space, or you undermine that space, or you oppress that space, suppress it in terms of generating ideas, and you inhibit people to translate those ideas into practical outcomes where they can make a profit, start a business, then at the end of the day, you actually do your own constituency, your own country, a big disfavor. Let's have Professor Gumede here. Please come along. He also hails there from Cape Town. We've been coming on a long way. Prof.
Good afternoon. Thank you for inviting me. Very happy to be here. And I don't like the idea of speaking just before lunch, because I know people are concentrating on lunch more than anything. I did not, and deliberately, I did not bring a presentation, but I've got two documents which I will pass on. I think which would be of interest. One of them, interestingly, one of the ANC groups asked me in February to do a critique of the budget, and I did ask them whether, to make parts of it publicly available, so I can pass that on, and so on. So, of interest. Now, speaking after everyone else, I don't want to repeat what others have said. So, I mean, it's been for me very energizing, and maybe firstly just to say it is very important to have events like this to talk on the economy and to interrogate ideas on the economy. The interesting part of it, if you look, since 1994, it's actually very rare that we have public discussions on the economy. Just think about it. I mean, we talk a lot about politics. We talk a lot often about the state, but we almost never talk openly about the economy. And it is very, very important. And it's also very important, I mean, you know, we potentially facing an economic disaster. And why I'm saying that, on the 1st of August, we're having a tariff deadline, US tariff deadline. And I know we've been talking about the economy, but we have to talk about the economy in the context of the US tariff deadline and what it could mean for our economy if we don't get a deal. Obviously, the sad part of it is, so far, I mean, our government and most of the ANC has not engaged or has wrongly engaged with the US. A couple of weeks ago, Lesotho declared its own economy as a disaster because of the impact of the tariffs on them. So that really is something we have to factor in, particularly in the context of, first, I don't think we will make that deadline. I mean, I have proposed to some of our GNU parties to ask for an extension. Possibly that's most probably the only way that we can deal with it. I think the second thing that was very important is for civil societies, for non-states, for business to also engage with the US. I think it's very, very important, and I want to repeat that. It is very, very important as society. We're not only politics, and we're not only the state, and we're not only political parties. Civil society, business, intellectuals, we are all part of the state. So we have to look at the state not only as the government. I mean, a few years ago, I was commissioned by the states to do a report, in fact, in 2009, 2010, on state capacity. And I suggested that maybe we have to reimagine how we think about the state, that the state is not, in the way we look at the state is not just, you know, government institutions, but the state actually involves business, civil society, and other non-state institutions. So if you look at a state that way, it becomes different. So if you look at this, because then it means we can have co-delivery from business and from professionals and from civil society. So it's a reimagining the state as different rather than as in a narrow way we look at it. So if we then see the state as beyond conventionally our government or politicians, then it would be very, very important for civil society to actually engage with the US. I mean, just a couple of days ago, I was in a closed session with US officials, for example. And I thought it was very, very important that we, as non-state people, engage and offer ways of the US to engage with us if the US is not getting anything out of our own state. And so on. And that is very, very important because there is no conversation, well, no real conversation. And if we do nothing also as the non-state or outside our conventional states, we leave it open, we leave that vacuum open, and so on. So that really is important. Coming back to that report, I mean, just an anecdote, 2009, you know that my state capacity report was rejected. And it was shredded, very angry by one cabinet minister. He actually symbolically shredded it. I'm not going to name names and so on, because Christo, maybe is what he was saying in terms of that we are so ideological, and maybe one of the reasons why we haven't gotten the growth is because we've been too ideological. and not pragmatic enough. So ideological rigidity has been a reason, has undermined economic growth in our country. The fact that we're so rigidly ideological, it is actually undermined economic growth, because it also undermines our imagination, because once individuals, but also once a government is ideologically rigid, it narrows the capacity to think outside the box, to think about on new ideas, to come up with new ideas, and so on. So let me get to my presentation. I think let me start with the Government of National Unity. I think it's very important to start with the Government of National Unity, because we're facing a crisis. Firstly, we're sitting in an economic crisis, and the crisis can be bigger because unless we deal with the US, the tariff deadline. But I think the Government of National Unity offers us actually a structure to deal with the crisis better. Now, imagine if it was just a monopoly ANC government now, we would have been, this crisis would have been even worse. I mean, we can't even imagine what's worse, but it would have been worse. So at least now we've got a Government of National Unity. So there's a couple of things about the Government of National Unity, why it is important. Because, for the first time, it is a diversity of ideas. And I am going to repeat the diversity, because I think our growth, economic growth, our opportunities lie in our diversity. So we have to think about diversity-led economic growth. And then we have to think about diversity-led democracy building. So those are the two, and diversity-led nation building also. So diversity is a key thing. If countries are, every country has something that differentiates a country. The thing that differentiates us is our diversity, and it is very, very important that we have to emphasize this. Our economic growth actually sits there, and one of the reasons why we haven't gotten the economic growth is also because we have not leverage the diversity. Sadly, many people in the country do think that our diversity is an obstacle to development and to economic growth. I mean, that's very, very wrong. Our diversity is actually the basis of our economic growth. And because we've marginalized and underemphasized our diversity, that's the reason why we also have had low growth. But it's not only on the economic side where diversity is important, it is important also, as I say, on our democracy building, because democracy building cannot be a narrow project. It cannot be a project driven by only one group, with a political group and so on. It is a diverse, we have to use a diverse platform. The same with nation building. Nation building is not a project by one group. It is a diversity-based project. And because, our nation building project is also in a crisis, and one reason for that crisis is the fact that we have not built on our diversity. We've not taken diversity as the center of our nation building project. So, diversity-led growth, diversity-led democracy, and the idea that one party, one color, one group on its own cannot bring us prosperity in a country, and that's very important. And diversity is our opportunity. I mean, even just think about this, the opportunity now with US administration. Because we have a diverse GNU, gives us the ability, different parts of that GNU, to engage with the US. If the US has a problem with the ANC, there are other parts of the GNU that can engage, and also other parts of society that can engage with the US. And I think it would have been worse if the other parts, if the ANC people did not engage with the US, it would have been, the situation would have been worse. I promise you that. So I would encourage people, I would encourage civil society groups to engage with the US and so on, if the state is not there doing it. And you can always say, look, it is based on a 2009 state capacity report, which was paid by taxpayers' money, and which argued that the state involves civil society, business, and the non-state. Right? I did not want to put my computer on top. Pragmatism is the other, and pragmatism-led growth. So if we had tried the last 30 years to, if the ANC has put ideologically driven economic reforms, we now have to look at pragmatic or pragmatism as a way of driving growth. And that's, I think, the beauty of the GNU, because once you force groups together from different parties and different colors, you have to come to a midpoint pragmatically. And that's the beauty of a GNU. It compels people who may have been unwilling to work and collaborate together to become pragmatic in the interests of the country. So very, very important that pragmatism in making policies, in pursuing economic reform, pragmatism is very, very important. I mean, all of the great economic reforms since the Second World War, all of them in other countries, whereas in Japan after the Second World War, is policies based on pragmatism. Whereas in Singapore, Moeletsi raised the issue of Singapore. I mean, it's pragmatic policies. Korea, it is pragmatic policies. Even in China, the post-Deng period, so the growth that they're seeing now, pragmatic policies. Even in India, in the big growth after 1990 under Manmohan Singh, when he was elected as prime minister, and he changed the game. He moved from a liberation movement, sort of ideologically driven reforms towards pragmatism. That laid the basis for economic growth in India. So pragmatism is almost a philosophy, it's almost an ideology on its own. So can we, from a South African point of view, focus all of our state initiatives, our economic initiatives, even our nation-building initiatives on pragmatism? What works? What is practical? What is in the interest of everyone? I mean, that's pragmatism, in the interest of everyone. And so that, for me, is a very, very important part of any of the economic reforms we want to do. So pragmatism-led economic growth. Then what we need to do is remove anti-growth policies. I mean, there are many of them. I'm not going to go all. And maybe we have to start, many people are not convinced about the idea of economic growth. I mean, there are many people I speak to who do not believe, and many people in the ANC do not believe in economic growth as something to drive development. And you may think that's very far-fetched, but if you look even in the African history of liberation and independence movements since the end of colonialism, very few liberation movements, African liberation movements in power, pursued economic growth. I mean, economic growth was not even on the agenda. It's Mauritius and so on, and in Botswana, where they pursued economic growth as a philosophy to get economic growth. And you can see the difference between Mauritius and Botswana versus the other countries that did not pursue economic growth. There are many people who wrongly believe that economic growth is a neoliberal concept. is a World Bank concept. It's the same with SMEs. There are many people in the ANC who think, if we talk about SMEs as the basis of development, they say, no, there's World Bank inspired. They're not very enthusiastic about SME-led growth, for example. So again, that is where I'm saying moving from ideology to pragmatism to get through the economic growth that we want. I mean, maybe two anti-growth policies. I mean, one for me is obviously the expropriation without compensation law. I mean, the third part of it is I headed, so at the end of 2017, Cabinet approached me to head an 18-month report, a review of all state-owned land and property. I mean, I brought together almost all of Wits University across the disciplines, and we worked on a report, on a review of all state-owned land and property. Beginning of 2019, we handed over the report, which was adopted by Cabinet. And in that report, I made very, very clear recommendations that if as a country, we enact any expropriation laws without compensation, it will hit the economy. And I explained in the report what property rights, that property rights are very wide. Property rights include pension funds, it includes intellectual property, and so on, and shares, bonds, institutional investors from abroad and locally. These are all property rights, and it's the basis. Property rights is the basis of a modern economy. And once you hit property rights, you hit an economy. And I also explained 3 case studies. I did 3 case studies. And not only did I explain it, but I also addressed, between 2017 and 2019, most of our political parties, the leaders of our political parties, and the parliamentary caucuses of our political parties around it. So between 2017 and 2019, and try to explain to them the idea, what does it mean, property rights. I did 3 case studies. The first was Algeria, because Algeria originally introduced an expropriation law without compensation after their independence. Now, it took Algeria over 30 years to recover from that. Over 30 years. So at the beginning, when they enacted the law, Nigeria was an big agriculture exporter to Europe. Algeria almost never recovered, and Algeria is now still the second biggest importer of food. So, it flipped from an exporter, it is now importer. They've been consistently after the law. And not only that, I actually made a case and an argument actually that the consequences of that law and the way it hit Algeria, it actually was a major contributor to the civil war in the early 90s, because the civil war in the early 90s was based on an economic crisis, a long economic crisis. And a long economic crisis started with that expropriation law. So that was the one case study. The second case study I did was in Tanzania, because Tanzania was the second country that introduced that law. It's hit Tanzania to such an extent that Tanzania at that time, you have to think about the late 1970s. In the late 1970s, Tanzania experienced the highest inflation that the world has ever seen in the 1970s. And in 1980, the Tanzanian government in 1980 set up a commission, and their commission concluded that the reason for the crisis in Tanzania is actually squarely with that expropriation law without compensation. So a formal inquiry in 1980, a formal inquiry. It is there, you can Google the inquiry. I saw actually somebody just put it on Google now, and so on, right? And they denounced in that inquiry, and that inquiry was a government inquiry, it was not an external inquiry. And then obviously we know Zimbabwe, what it did when they introduced their law. I mean, they then became, after Tanzania actually had the highest inflation, so it was initially Tanzania and then Zimbabwe and so on. So we recommended in that report for Cabinet, and again, I explained to the non-ANC GNU partners they need to follow up on that because the report was adopted by Cabinet. It's very, very important. Once it's adopted by Cabinet, it is the duty of Cabinet then to implement. We suggested two things to deal with land reform. One, to make surplus state land available as the main part of land reform. I mean, we, in our report and our review of state-owned land, and most of the land in South Africa is owned by the state. Some land, the state doesn't even know that it owns the land, right? So if you make that land available to people, to poor people, it will make a big difference. And the second one, which I think was much more controversial, because is to give title deeds to people in communal areas. I mean, let me tell you how significant the title deeds. 2/3 of all the land in KwaZulu-Natal is in communal hands. So, people are on land, they can't use it for any commercial purposes. So if you're going to do land reform, that's the first thing you do. The same in North Wales, the same in the Eastern Cape, and so on. I mean, I made a case study also for Cabinet for them to understand the concept. I said even in China, and China didn't go all the way. What China did, and I think, with the Deng reforms, what they did was that they brought, let's call it a property, sort of a midway point property right, where they gave long leases to farmers that they owned a property and they could use it for in a property market and all sorts of as the rights, and that actually was the beginning of the transformation of China, and that is why China, one of the reasons why China and the Chinese system survived and the Soviet Union, Soviet Union didn't. It's the property. They brought in not full property rights in the beginning, but they started off, and of course they brought in fuller property rights because you can own businesses and so on, because that's a property right, and so on. So we try to make it, from a Cabinet point of view, as clear as possible with examples around the world, and so on. So that's coming back to that. That's one of the first policies that should go. It's an anti-growth policy, and then there's obviously the NHI, the bill. It's an anti-growth policy that we have to get rid of, and we have to find a midway, a partnership between the private sector and the health sector to deal with our health issue, and then BE in its current form that we really have to get rid of. Again, in 2009, I mean, there was actually one of the first reports when I came back home after living abroad for a while. It was actually the first report that I was commissioned by the state, wasn't on black economic empowerment in 2009. And it was based on the fact that in 2002, I was commissioned by the Economist Intelligence Unit, so Economist is a magazine. They'd asked me to do a long view of empowerment programs in Africa since colonialism. That report is actually online. So in 2002 report where I looked at empowerment programs since the end of colonialism in Africa, so Ghana, Nigeria, and so on. 2002, it was the Economist Intelligence Unit. They come up with these yearly reports, big reports on specific issues. And I looked at our one. So we have to sift to alternative ways of empowerment. And what is alternative ways of empowerment? So we start off with empowerment, because the way empowerment is structured now is structured on giving politically connected ANC leaders and trade union leaders shares in existing companies. So that's absolutely wrong. What we need to do is moving it to SMEs and bringing small business into the supply chains and into manufacturing. So supply chains and manufacturing as alternative ways, that's the first. And secondly, what we need to do is to bring skills to reward skills training, and reward employment. So empowerment becomes, if you employ young people, that's an empowerment. And bring into an education. If you adopt a school, if you do something, that's empowerment. And in not just education, but a particular kind of education, your sort of STEM, your science, your technology education, and so on. So alternative ways of empowerment. And that's how we have to look at this. And assets. If a company, say if a mining company builds public infrastructure, that's empowerment. If it builds housing, that's empowerment. And that's how we have to look at empowerment. And then for me, even more important, if one creates new sectors in South Africa that do not exist, that's empowerment. I mean, we know there is the microchip industry, which is at the forefront of global development now. Now, if businesses develop those sort of sectors, new sectors that we don't have, that the world needs, that's empowerment. So it's really a reimagining of what empowerment is. So you take it out of the color, yes, because blacks are the majority poor, so a lot of the things, the development is going to be naturally, is going to be prioritizing black South Africans, because black South Africans are the majority. I think I've got 5 minutes. Yep. You know, we have to talk about the state. We absolutely have to talk about the states as part of the economic reform. And I'm not going to talk a lot about the reform, but I'm going to take you through. I was part of the 2001 to 2003, President Ramaphosa's task team on the professionalization of the public service. So, unfortunately, none of the recommendations were implemented. Right. So, the failure of our state is now is also a reason why we have low economic growth. Our state failure is actually part of it. I mean, Moeletsi, we're talking about, so I'm not going to repeat on this, you know, on a sort of the salary bill, the wage bill, and so on, because I think it's done a really good job in explaining that. So I'll tell you just our recommendations on what to do. Is essentially we need to reform the public sector, but to be practical, what we suggested is to say, let's look at the catalytic parts of the state and focus our reform on that. We can't do everything. So let's focus on the catalytic parts. What are the catalytic parts of the state? Is the economic entities of the state? Is the infrastructure entities of the state? So, you know, let's say, you know, the government department, national government departments, which are the departments that are key to economic growth? So we tackle that. We bring merit-based appointments there. We deal with corruption. We hold them accountable. There's going to be other parts of the state. You know, we're not going to have the time to focus on it. Let's just focus on, in the short term, on the core. And then the same with the state-owned entities. Let's focus on the infrastructure state-owned entities. Let's clean them up. Let's get the merit-based appointments. Let's deal with the procurement. Let's deal with the DFIs. You know, your state financial institutions, deal with them. And then look at the municipalities. I mean, just on the calculation, it was very interesting. Moeletsi was just saying, from a wage bill, if we include the municipalities, it becomes a massive wage bill. So if we look only at the municipalities that are catalytic, and we deal with them, and we leave for now the other ones. I think it will deliver us something. And the same with the state-owned entities. And again, I'll take you to a report in 2010, the Presidential Review Committee on State-Owned Entities, which I was the chief advisor to them. And one of the things that I put in that report was, even though state-owned entity reforms, the way the Chinese, for example, did their reforms, they're only focusing on the catalytic state-owned entities. They make it as professional as possible. They tough on it, and sadly, all of the sort of others, the non-economically relevant entities, they wait later to deal with them, while they're dealing with the growth entities. Last one is just in terms of corruption. Now, corruption is very important, and again, because people don't think about corruption. If we reduce corruption, if we made the calculations, if we could reduce corruption between 5 and 10%, just between 5, let's be generous, but if we reduce it between 5 and 20%, it will give us an extra 3 to 4% growth. It would. And I've done all the comparisons, looks around the world, from Indonesia and so on, for the states to show how you can do it. If we just seriously reduce it, and I say, let's say we generous and we say like a 10% or to a 15%, we can get a 3% just out of that economic growth. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Gomere, and thank you for reminding us about the importance of being pragmatic as opposed to clinging to ideological and very rigid persuasions that no longer is relevant and no longer works in a society. I just, whilst you were speaking, I just looked at the definition of pragmatism. It says here, pragmatism is a philosophical tradition that emphasizes practical consequences and real-world applications over abstract ideas or fixed truths. It focuses on the usefulness of beliefs and actions in solving problems and achieving goals. In essence, pragmatism suggests that the meaning of a concept or idea is determined by its practical effects and consequences. And then last night we were sleeping here at Birchwood, and a whole lot of union representatives arrived, and I tell you, they partied until 3 o'clock this morning. It was havoc. I've never experienced something like that. And then they started moving down in front of the places where we stay, and they were singing and they were shouting and screaming, and I wanted to get up, and I thought I'm going to put up a fight now, and luckily my wife held me back, with all of her strength. She says, my husband, I know you can do it, but not at 3 o'clock in the morning. But that brings me to the concept of decency. Yeah? I've also Googled the term common decency. It says the following: common decency refers to the basic level of polite, respectful, and ethical behavior that is generally accepted in society. It encompasses actions and attitudes that show consideration for others and uphold social norms, fostering trust, and cooperation. Essentially, it's about treating others as you would want to be treated. Wow. If we only can get those two things, like being pragmatic and being decent, I tell you, we will be able to take this country forward. Thank you for the artificial intelligence app that helped me with this. So, ladies and gentlemen, let us now be pragmatic. We will go for lunch. Lunch is just out of the door and to the right, and have a quick lunch. Let's come back at past, so that we then have our panel discussion and then conclude the day. I hope we will not leave here later than maybe 3:30 or 2:30, latest 3 o'clock. So let's go and have lunch. Thank you. Okay. Right, ladies and gentlemen, let's fire away. May I ask that our speakers just step to the front and they will sit here next to me. And then we will have a nice, relaxing conversation like old people do after lunch, you know. Okay. Ismail, come. You're the youngest, you must keep us awake. Okay. You can sit anywhere. I think to a very large extent we have covered good ground in terms of the issues that we face and the possible solutions that we can offer. So our discussion now should not be about regurgitating what we've said already. It is just perhaps to emphasize particular points and perhaps to share personal insights to make sure that when we leave here we remember what has been said. My mother was a very good storyteller, and during winter time, obviously during that time when I grew up, it's a rural area, deep rural area, there were no television. We were only allowed to listen to the radio for an hour, and then my father would unplug the little battery and then we must go to bed. But you could only listen to the news. And the next morning, he was a teacher, he would then ask me, what do I remember about the news? So it was awful. Okay, let us fire away. And I think the first question, it's about, our fiscal situation in the country. How can South Africa's fiscal policy be restructured to reduce inequality while maintaining macroeconomic stability, especially in left behind areas where economic and social collapse creates a downward spiral? And the obvious question is, what role can local development councils and catalytic infrastructure play in reversing this trend? Anyone? Okay, economic expert? Is this on?
So I hope I'm not going to be taken advantage of because I'm the only rose amongst the thorns here. But let me help the guys out here. Looks like they need some help. I think it was mentioned by Prof. As well as Mr. Mbeki. If we talk about the fiscus, the first thing we need to look at is the public sector wage bill. It's not sustainable. We have a employee base that is inflated, and that's in Parliament as well, not just in government sector departments, whether it's provincial, national, or local. So reducing the wage bill is crucial. But besides the wage bill, another important component that is draining the fiscus is our expenditure on social grants. It's very difficult for me to talk positively about social grants. And I'm not saying that we shouldn't have it. But our social grant expenditure and the way we're implementing social grants right now, it's not productive. There's different ways of allowing people to access social grants that makes them productive participants in the economy. But for as long as we are allowing the majority of the population to have this mentality where I just need to stand with my hand out and I'll get something and I don't need to do anything to get that, we're still going to lag behind, and we're not gonna include them in this inclusive economy. So let us have them do something for that. And I mean, Brazil does it with the child support grant, where kids need to be registered in schools. They need to go for vaccination. That's making your society, your young children productive already. So the parent knows I have a responsibility to ensure that I'm investing in the human capital by doing basic things. Just sending them to schools and making sure that they're vaccinated. That goes a long way in ensuring that you have a productive society now as well. Those, for me, are the two key issues. I know you mentioned, Christo, that we need to talk about catalytic institutions or something, yeah. I think let's start by getting the numbers right. And then once we have the numbers right, then we can use the institutions and the reforms that we have at hand and implement or, achieve the targets that we want to achieve. But we need to get the numbers right, and the public sector wage bill and the social grant expenditure, that is the two key areas where we need to focus on first.
Ismail, I see your hand is up.
Absolutely. I think what we need to do when we speak about fiscal responsibility in essence, because in speaking about fiscal responsibility, we're speaking about discipline, really, is there needs to be a shift in mindset to run South Africa as South Africa Inc., with an eye always on the balance sheet on the bottom line. Unless that mentality changes, not much is going to change. Now, we've already got one of the most redistributive budgets in the world, and we cannot have such a high burden on such a small portion of the population with such a small tax base that's redistributed to such a large majority of the population. And this is where the issue of social grants come in. What I also mean then when touching on social grants is that we've got to eliminate the entitlement mentality. And this requires an effort both from us as citizens, as what we might call consumers in this chain, but as government, as the provider. So instead of having these 350 Rand social grants, what would work better perhaps are targeted social interventions with a view of making citizens independent of government. And I refer again specifically to the youth here. In looking at the youth, we should prioritize skills development instead of just entitlement grants. That would work better. In terms also of social responsibility or fiscal responsibility, that wage bill, I know we've spoke about it so much this morning, the 700 or 800 billion Rand wage bill, but we must then ask the question on whether we're getting a return on investment. And if we aren't getting a return on investment, what needs to change? Should government then still be in charge of certain things, or should we then call for devolution in certain sectors so as to allow, yes, government to perhaps collect less revenue and then have less to abuse in the fiscus, but allow those who are competent enough, like the private sector, to step in and handle certain key aspects so that we know that we're moving on the right trajectory. So those are the most important components for me. I think a targeted social intervention instead of a dependency mindset is really what we're talking about, knowing that that which is within the revenue in the fiscus, in the treasury currently, cannot be relied upon just to give out as though it's for entitlements. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to allow some of our guests here to pose questions to any of the panelists. Are there any person over here? Just, yeah. And then one there at the back.
Jonathan Katzenellenbogen. There's a broad agreement today, I think, even among the audience, on what is, on what the speakers have said, the urgent need for reform and the types of reform that are needed. But what I'm really interested in is, and to get me out of my depression, current depression about the country, and not have my pessimism reinforced and have a bit of optimism, is politically, how does one achieve this? What sort of alliances does one have to strike? What has to be in place? How could it be done? So basically, please give me optimism. Thank you.
Go to Turkey for a 1-week holiday. You'll come back inspired. Let me, Prof. Gumere and Mr. Moeletsi.
Thanks for that, Jonathan. I think we have to try to build a sort of centrist consensus in our politics, and I think it's almost, we're almost there, because in the GNU, I think there's a great potential of that the DA and parts of the ANC and the IFP over time could actually form a centrist, much longer coalition in the long term. And then we also have to partner outside the GNU with a sort of constitutional-based parties. There's a couple of them, and so on. And then civil society and business. So civil society and business and the GNU is sort of a GNU plus. And I think we're getting there. It's not perfect, where business is increasingly delivering some of the critical services, the sort of GNU plus, and so on. Civil society, I think, could be, unfortunately, I don't see, civil society is a bit on the margins, but they should be involved also on delivery of public services. I think we've already seen, I think the good thing, how civil society has actually been engaging, even the US, and has changed forced the government to change its own policies. So I think there's a civil society-driven change of some of our policies. So it is not a necessarily bad. I mean, there may be many people in government who think that's a bad thing. I don't think it's a bad thing. And then, of course, there's a civil society using the courts and business using the courts. So I think there are, for me, there's green shoots. Things are moving, maybe not as fast as we wanted, but it's moving. I just thought after the budget, our finance minister, when he said, look, the ANC learned through the process of opposition from within the GNU and outside the GNU, that a budget will look different from now onwards. I mean, I thought it was a really great breakthrough. I mean, it wasn't covered much, but I thought it was very important.
Mr. Mbeki, some pearls of wisdom?
Well, optimism. I have to remind Jonathan about what Mrs. Thatcher said about the ANC. The British government has always been a protector of the ANC, interestingly. And they put a lot of security to protect the ANC office in London. And then somebody was talking to Mrs. Thatcher about the ANC being the government in waiting. And her comment was that although she is protecting the ANC, she knows that if anyone who thinks the ANC can rule South Africa is living in cloud cuckoo. And I think she has been proven. I think she has been proven right that the ANC can't rule South Africa. So it's done a huge amount of damage during the last 30 years. One of the big damage that the ANC has done is to allow this massive high standard of living for the top layers of our society. I lived and worked in the United Kingdom as a professional, as you know. I worked for the construction industry, which was my original training, and I also worked for the BBC World Service when I became a journalist. I can tell you that as a professional in the United Kingdom compared to being a professional in South Africa, my standard of living in South Africa, there is no comparison between my standard of living in the United Kingdom to South Africa. In South Africa, I live like a lord. In England, I live like a worker. And I had the same training, I had the same qualification I had. Now, the ANC has added to this expensive layer at the top of our society, let's say the top 15 to 20%. Now, what is the consequence of this is our low investment in our economy. This highly inflated standard of living at the top of our society. Now, where does this come from? It comes from the 19th century when we had to import people from Australia, from the United States, from Cornwall, to come and develop our mining industry. For them, this was a hardship posting, so they had to have a higher standard of living in developing our diamond mines, our gold mines, than they had at home. The consequence is that we have a very skewed salary structure or standard of living structure in this country, which we inherited from that era, where the top end of our society, they see themselves as being on a hardship posting. So, what does South Africa have to do? We have to develop our country. If you go to Asia, if you go to India, if you go to China, people are living, top professionals are living in apartment buildings. In South Africa, top professionals are living in golf estates with swimming pools, with 3 or 5 domestic workers and all the rest of it. So we are living in a completely unrealistic environment in our country. We have to bring down the standard of living of our managerial and our professional class. Now, how do we do that? We do that by producing more of them. That's how the Indians can keep down the wages of their professionals, by producing a lot of professionals. And they even export them to the United States. You find them in Google, you find them in the United Kingdom, but they have a huge surplus. The consequence, they keep the wages of the top layer of society down. So they now have the money to invest in their infrastructure, in their education system, in sending children to school, in everybody attending high quality schools that are state owned, that cost very little. So now, how are we going to do that? You are not going to do it with our existing political parties. So what we need in South Africa, what we have to have in South Africa, we have to have not a centrist party, as my friend Williams here says, we have to have a left of center party. And the irony about South Africa, our business community is increasingly more left of center than the ANC and the DA and Rise Mzansi and Build One South. These are centrist parties. The business in South Africa wants our economy to grow. They want our economy to be inclusive, because as it is now, it is a threat to the business community. It is a threat to the assets of the country. And above all, the South African economy is not competitive. It's not producing the quality of skill to compete against the Asians. So in our own market, in Africa south of the equator, we are being outcompeted by the Asians, by the Chinese. If you are building a railway line in Southern Africa today, who is going to build the railway line? It's not Marion Roberts. It's going to be a Chinese company that is going to build. If you are building a tunnel, it's going to be a Chinese or an Indian company. So our economy has become totally uncompetitive. And you can't get a competitive economy without the investment in the skills that we have to have. And to get that investment in the skills, we have to reduce the cost of producing those skills, the cost of maintaining those professionals, which is why we need a left of center. Now, Margaret Thatcher told us that if you think the ANC can rule South Africa, you are living in cloud cuckoo land. The good news I have for you is that the ANC is on its way out. So, what is going to replace them? Of course, there's no vacuum that exists in any society. The ANC is on its way out, and we have seen parties like the ANC disappear. Kwame Nkrumah's party like that disappeared. Kamuzu's Banda, Malawi Congress disappeared. Kaunda's party, the UNIP, United National Independence Party of Zambia, disappeared. Chama Pinduzi is disappearing in Tanzania. KANU in Kenya has disappeared. The ANC is going the same way. And it will be replaced by new parties that are going to drive development instead of trying to drive the luxury lifestyle of the English masters or the Rand laws, which is what has happened to our country in this country. So that, for me, is where you and me have to go and work to drive a new South Africa that is going to be competitive, will be as competitive to the Asians as they are to us. And instead of us living in small layer, living in luxury, when our countries are collapsing, because South Africa is collapsing. Why? Because we want to maintain this extravagant lifestyle for the upper classes in this country instead of uplifting the mass of the population. Why do we have the social grant problem? It's because we don't want to invest in building modern housing, modern high-rise housing for the poor population moving from the rural areas to the urban areas. We want them to live in the shanty towns and in the rubbish houses of the RDP. We don't want to invest in proper high-rise industrial housing. But a high-rise building uses enormous amount of manufactured inputs. To build a high-rise building, you need steel, you need lifts, you need cement, you need all those things have to be manufactured domestically. And when you manufacture those things and build a high-rise building, first now you can build a 3-bedroom house for a larger family, you can build a 1-bedroom house, you can build a 4-bedroom house. In the process of building it, you build your construction company industries. Our construction companies have been destroyed. Where is Marion Roberts today? Where is Group 5 today? So we have to think as South Africans, especially us, the professional class, about rebuilding our country. Not about living off the country. We have to think about rebuilding the country. And that, to me, is the challenge of the coming 30 years. And you will not get the ANC it had its 30 years, and it's left us deep in a hole after 30 years.
Thank you, Mr. Mbeki. You know, this thought of left of center reminds me of my student years when I was at UWC. There we were taught to become true Marxists. It used to be the university of the left. I tell you, when I left that university, I was committed to the community, became a teacher in Elsie's River, focused on the upliftment and things like that. And lo and behold, I was a music teacher. So for the first time, the kids saw a violin saw a guitar, and we had musicals and stuff like that. Wonderful years. And then I made a mistake. I went to University of Stellenbosch's business school. And I did an MPA there, and they taught me about profit. You know, I was shocked when I heard the word profit. I thought this word comes from the devil. But the more I listened to it, the more attractive it became. And unfortunately, when I left that university, I became an unbridled capitalist. And I never looked back. But that's not only my story, it's the story of all the socialists and the Marxists who were trained at UWC and other leftist universities. Luckily, the FW de Klerk Foundation taught me about his revolution, and I'm slowly but surely returning to my old leftist trajectory. So hopefully that will bring about a more concerted effort to do what you are calling for. All of us to recommit ourselves to rebuilding the country. Where's my friend at the back? And then I'm going to give Kutsia, and then Mr. Pretoria is also an opportunity.
Good afternoon. My name is Khusiami Chwabi. I work for the South African Council of Churches in Gauteng. I think part of my question was the first question that was asked. And I got an answer from Tate Mbeki saying, for the next 30 years. So I'm trying to find out, from now to 30 years, what do we do with the 49% of the people out there who depend solely on the social grants? And I think one has been following up the discussion from the DSD and Treasury, where they want to phase out this SRD grants. And they want to modify it and create job opportunities. And the question to say, if we speak about new job opportunities, what has been happening in the last 8 years? If we only now want to modify and create new job opportunities. I belong to the Universal Basic Income Grant Coalition. We strongly lobbying for the implementation of the grant. And we know that in the parliament, there is a draft policy on the Universal Basic Income Grant. And we also had a litigation case against the SASSA for putting strict measures on people to access the 370 grants. And we won that case. Now the DSD is challenging that case. And there is a case still pending towards end of the year. So I'm saying the 49% and the 30 years coming or gone. How do you cushion that? There has been a question to say, if issue of unemployment is not dealt with, we're creating a problem for ourselves. So the question is, when we live here, if I live here, we're having a meeting with the Reformed churches tonight at 6:30 to discuss the issue around how do we cushion the 49%. And I saw just recently the parliament, there was issue of expanded or not expanded, which one goes where. So the question is, do we still have to wait for the 30 years to create a cushion? Do you have the capacity to create new jobs in the current state? And Tate Mbeki, I hope you know the late Celeste Campher, who was the education convener of the ANC in exile. 1994, I got a call from Mail and Guardian. They were investigating what the ANC leaders were doing in exile. And that means it has been carried over into the new dispensation. So for me, I think it's a bit complex on how we look at things, academically, or are we talking about the reality on the ground? So I think maybe at time we need to link the reality on the ground Where today I know there are people who will sleep without anything to eat. And tomorrow is going to be worse. So I'm saying when we talk about these things, let's try to link the reality and the academic perspective of things and come with maybe what can happen to me today. If I live here, you're not sure if I'll be able to eat. And how many millions are in the same situation? Thank you very much. Sorry for the sermon.
No, thank you very much. Let me hear from Dr. Campher as an ardent student of economics. Is this sustainable? Shouldn't we perhaps consider changing a basic income grant to a basic employment grant? But it comes down to the money that we have available.
So we wrote a book last year. It's called Essays on Income Inequality in South Africa. And the chapter I wrote was on the Universal Basic Income Grant. I'm not against the grant. I am against how the grant is being allocated, because I believe it's not being productive. It's not being used productively. And so what we also did was to see what people are using the grant for. I don't know if you guys remember during lockdown, there were little stories here and there of how people started businesses with this 350. Okay? And so we tried to look at how many people actually are using the 350 to either start a little small stall on the side of the road selling snacks and sweets. We actually found that people are using 80% of the grant for online betting. Gambling has increased significantly for recipients of the grant. Now that, Pastor, is a concern for you. So what we're doing now is, because we're handing out this grant and people are just getting it, they're not using it to put food on the table. So yes, you're right, they're worried, where's the food? They're using 80% of it to gamble. And so, yeah. Once again, if it comes easy, it's going to go easy. Easy come, easy go. If you're going to have to work or prove that I've done something for this grant, then that makes you productive. And with regards to the 30 years and how long, I'm not sure. I can't answer that. But what Mr. Mbeki said here about the current government or the ANC not going to be here for a long time, that gives me hope as well. Maybe we'll have new thinkers. New thinkers and new ways of doing things. And it's unfortunate that the legacy of the ANC will now be
tarnished
because of what has happened and I'm not going to say 30 years, because I am such a fan of what President Mbeki did during his time. There's a slide I use in my economics classes every time. It shows a consistent decline in unemployment, and it shows a consistent increase in economic growth over a certain period. And I always ask them, what was happening here? Why were things looking so good for us here? What was different here? And it will take a while for them to figure out, and I'll say it's leadership. That was Mbeki's era. He wasn't someone who wanted to dance on the stage and be all cool with the people, and he knew we needed to get the numbers right if we want to look right internationally. If we want people to take us serious on the global stage, we need to cut our expenditure. We had a budget surplus for the first time in our democratic dispensation. First time because of him. And he comes from the ANC. So unfortunately, what happened after him, let's not talk about that. That's a whole different conference. That will tarnish the ANC for a long time. But with regards to the grants, it's not being used properly because it's being given too easily.
Thank you. I'm going to ask my colleagues, when you respond, to include this in your response as well. But I just want, there's a few short questions. Gutsia, 5-word question.
Thank you, Chairperson. I looked around and I didn't see any elephants in this room today. And I want to thank the speakers for that. So 2 remarks. The one is, how do we link these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 with a minister, a deputy minister? How do we link these proposals to the national dialogue? And if we can agree that they must receive our documents and accept it as a vision for the country, they can pay the 700 million to the FW de Klerk Foundation.
Wow, that will mean a 100% rise in my current baie karige salaris. Remember that, national dialogue, and if you want to speak to the issue of the grants as well. Let me go to Herman.
Thank you very much. A very quick few numbers. Last year, October, the Institute of Race Relations, we ran our annual poll. We asked South Africans, have you experienced any form of racism in the past 5 years? 63% said no. We asked, do the races of South Africa need each other for this country to succeed? 87% said yes. We asked, all this talk of racism and colonialism is by politicians who are trying to find excuses for their own failures. Do you agree or disagree? 67% agree. We see an amazing consensus on where jobs come from, how they are created, a majority in favor of a job creation government rather than a social grant government. We even see massive support for the fact that tax-funded vouchers for education, housing, and healthcare would be more effective than policies along the lines of affirmative action. So with all these good numbers showing that the South African people are pragmatic, are moderate, are quite open to solutions. My question is this: what is holding back this public opinion from influencing government policy and the decision spectrum within which political parties make their promises and govern?
My short answer is we still maybe dream of saving the ANC. Mr. Dr. Professor Gumede?
I want to start on that welfare. I mean, our problem is that our growth that we've seen so far the last couple of years has actually been welfare-led growth. And I did in the paper, and I'm going to pass it on to the Klerk Foundation, on the budget when I was asked to analyze the pre-budget and the unsustainability of welfare-led growth. So how do we move out of welfare-led growth? Now, we have to do something for ordinary people. We absolutely have to do something. So with a grant system, if we can turn around a grant system of bringing a couple of things to the grant system. So you're getting a grant, then the first thing that I would want is a civic education. So you get it, so compulsory civic education. What do I mean by civic education? You know about a constitution, what is an inclusive society, how do you behave towards other people, because you know people are not going to get that at home. Most people are not going to get that at home. We're coming from broken families and so on. We're not getting in our communities because our communities are broken. So firstly, there's, when you get it, there's the one element. It is a civic democracy element of it that is compulsory. That's the first thing. So, and even if we only do that, I think it would be good because it's a, it's a better citizen. Then the second one that we link to it then is a skills element to it. So, for example, the grant is then in participation with business, or even with the CETAs, we reform the CETAs. So you get a grant, so it becomes a basic, really basic skills type of thing. The third one would be like, what Singh did in India is you have to volunteer. So you get it, then let's just say a week, a month, you clean in your community. Or you stand outside the school, you protect the school from gangsters, and so on. So the linking, and to do that, you get some basic training. And so on. Can you see? So the grant is there because we know these are desperate times. We theoretically we want to get rid of it, but practically in real life people need it, and then we have to say how can we use that grant to change the economy, but also to change individuals. And we want to change individuals. We want to make them better democratic citizens. We want them to respect others. We don't want competing constitutions, for example. I mean, we've got one constitution, but then we have customary law, we call patriarchy, all those things. We want everyone to believe that the rules of the constitution is above everything else. So if you get a grant, there's an opportunity now to do that. And even things like family planning. It is important, we don't talk about it, but it's absolutely critical. So you get a grant, whether you're male or woman, that maybe that is part of the education process. So I think there is imaginative ways that we can think around it. And I myself believe in volunteering. I mean, I myself grew up, despite in poverty, as a volunteering. I mean, it's just amazing from a teenager point of view. I was volunteering. And the skills you get out of there, I must tell you, even my career, although I studied something totally different, but the volunteering element that I got has actually been my major income throughout my life, and the thing that has actually changed me, and not necessarily what I studied, and so on. So I think it's very, very important that there is that sort of element, because what it also then brings is a responsibility. So you get a grant, it brings a dignity. It brings an agency. You get involved you get some skills, and you involve, for example, in a rural area, can you clean, can you dig some kind of trends, but you know, clean up along the roads and so on.
Thank you. Ismail, perhaps can you also allude to the issue that was raised by Kutsi and by Herman, especially in terms of the national dialogue?
Absolutely. I just want to preface my answer a little bit on this, is that you know, there are three building blocks of the Constitution. You have responsiveness, openness, transparency. I think when speaking about the budget, those three come to mind. I'm very heartened that as a young person, because of this GNU, for the first time we're learning about processes like the appropriations bill, like the procedure for a budget to be implemented. It wasn't something that we knew about under a majority monopoly ANC government for the last 30 years. So that's heartening. But also then, just lastly on the budget is this. I was with the MEC for Finance here in Gauteng, Lebogang Maile. And I noted that the line item in the budget in Gauteng for economic development was much lower than that of education and health and so forth. And I asked him why that is the case. And he told me that, well, economic development is meant to be a facilitative budget, that we just facilitate an economic environment conducive for businesses to grow in. And it got me wondering, and I said, why don't we reprioritize the budget a little bit? Because we know, and especially when it comes to answering that question of where we want South Africa to be 30 years from today, youth like me who are 25 will be in my 50s in 30 years, want to have an environment that's thriving, because I want to thrive in that environment. We know that there are three problems here. One is unemployment, lack of jobs, obviously. With that brings inequality. And with that then brings exclusion, because if you don't have a job and you are poor, naturally you're excluded from the conversation. And I'll be merging this into my national dialogue answer soon. But if you are to reprioritize the budget to have more for economic development and specifically focus on the low-hanging fruits in society, somebody asked about what can be done. Jonathan, you asked about optimism, what can be done right now. Well, I think optimistically speaking, let's look at those low-hanging fruits. The first, I think, would be relooking our labor laws to make it easier for businesses to grow and expand. I think something else then also would be to attract foreign direct investment by looking at the laws I mentioned like BEE. Because with this foreign investment comes certain skills that certain elements like Starlink bring in digital coding and AI and so forth that opens up entirely new markets specifically for the youth. The grade 4 class that I mentioned, 80% of which couldn't read for meaning, if they were from ECD, being given the foundation of digital coding and AI and stuff, this would have opened up an entirely new market for them to allow them to compete with their peers around the world. That being said, let's move on to the national dialogue. It is no secret that the FW de Klerk Foundation is a part of the national dialogue, that we sit on the preparatory task team, the main decision-making body of the national dialogue. I personally am the co-chairperson of the public mobilization subcommittee of the national dialogue. And so, Mr. Bester, your question then becomes particularly pertinent for me and for us as the FW de Klerk Foundation. How do we make sure that everything that all of us have said here today is embedded within that dialogue and then ultimately heard by government? And Herman, I think you mentioned public opinions not being taken into consideration. Well, if the public opinion is contrary to that of the government, naturally the government of the day will not want to implement them. So how then do you make sure that regardless of that, there still is a platform, in this case, through the national dialogue, where you essentially, as 13 million South Africans, tell government to implement these solutions? The way to do it is two-pronged. Firstly, us who are in the committees of the national dialogue must make sure that the entire dialogue process is grounded in the Constitution. If you look at the preamble of the Constitution, we the people of South Africa proclaim, that should be in essence your guiding light towards how the entire dialogue itself should be structured. Bottoms-up approach. The aim then, secondly, is for communities themselves, citizens themselves, to co-create solutions to their problems. Yes, we know the problems. There's been a lot of talk about the national dialogue becoming just another talk shop. To avoid it becoming a talk shop, we should structure the dialogue such that communities on the ground talk about the problems, but co-create solutions to those problems in a way that gets societies mobilized towards their common aim. It also solves the public participation problem. It also solves the low trust in government problem, where people are now motivated to actually want to go and vote in elections. So the Constitution is the guiding light, and as for our documents, I think we've done tremendous work as the FW de Klerk Foundation at the National Dialogue to make sure that everything that has been done with the National Dialogue has been constitutionally grounded. So all of the topics here today must be discussed, but there must be something else, and that something else is that citizens must go create the solutions for the South Africa we want to see in 30 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Ismail. Yeah, no, thank you for that, but it depends on how things will play out, obviously, where the foundation's government and the presidency, you know, are at this point in time on different pages when it comes to the national dialogue. And something that we need to guard against is that the dialogue be appropriated or being abused or misused for party political purposes. So that is something that we keep a watchful eye over. In fact, I would go so far to say that it already has been, appropriated by forces within the deputy president as well as the president's office. But that's just my personal opinion. Mr. Mbeki, what do you say? Should we expand the national dialogue, give each one a Christmas bonus?
Well, I'm in favor of the national dialogue. I know that the ANC is trying to manipulate it to its own ends, but the ANC doesn't have the capacity to manipulate anything. So I think we can't spend too much time crying about efforts by Cyril and the ANC to manipulate things. We get on with what we want to do.
Question. There's a hand in the middle, and then Daniela, you will have the last say, and then I will ask Christina to come and do a word of thanks. Over there.
It's not a question, it's just a comment. My name is KC Ruele. Just to add to what Ismail has said and what Dr. Mbeki said and Professor Gumede said. Somebody spoke about there's no Marianne Roberts, there's no Basil Reed, there's no Conco, they're gone. And somebody stuck, you spoke Chris, you spoke about respect outside here, that people were making noise outside here. And we need to make sure that in the future, when we are here, people don't make noise outside here. And that's what the problem it is of this country. But those things are not going to be fixed now in the next 8 years. There will still be noise, because there will still be the union, that people will still be doing what they're doing. But what I want to remind you, all the five of you, is that in 1910, in February, we had the Halley's Comet. And during that time when the Halley's Comet came, it was when Louis Botha became the Prime Minister of this country. And there was a change in this country. In 1986, in February, we had the Halley's Comet. And at that time, that's when the state of emergency came. That's when Dakar Safari came. That's where the frontline states came. That's where all these things which we see until now, which came to 1994. I'm saying to Ismail, in 2062 or 2061, Halley's Comet is coming. There's going to be change in his lifetime. He's the only person in this room who will still be alive to see that change. Even when he speaks for 50 years, for 25 years time, 30 years time. So whatever we are doing now, I don't know how can we refigure it out. Could be precariatism, what Professor Gumede was saying. All those things could come into place, but the beneficiary in this room is only one person. That's Ismail. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, by that time I will maybe be 130, hopefully still alive. Can I give the young lady over there an opportunity? You know, I'm so excited when I see the young people posing critical questions, and then Daniela, the last say will be your say.
Good afternoon, Musisiwe Keskola. So firstly, I would like to say I agree with the point that grants do lead to too much dependency and laziness, especially amongst the youth. But I think we need to consider the fact that we are so dependent on grants because there are no options presented to us. So it's either grants or you stay at home and do nothing. So I think to move from that, the government needs to invest in tangible skills development and job opportunities, not like your teaching assistant opportunities that are just 6 months. We need more things that will last longer than that. And then another thing, my question is, we're having a discussion on achieving an inclusive economy. But why don't we have people who are economically excluded here to be part of the conversation and also share their recommendations so that whatever we speak about here or share could align with their problems or the situations that they face, because they are the ones that are economically excluded. Thank you.
Very, very intelligent analysis. We often talk on behalf of people as opposed to giving them an opportunity to state their case. Daniela, short and sweet.
Thank you, Christo. I would love to know, after everything that's been discussed today, and I want to thank our panel members just for excellent, excellent presentations, what are the most feasible short-term opportunities for fostering inclusive growth at the local level? And how can we scale these initiatives then nationwide? So I'm thinking of place-based specific strategies. Specifically, how can we co-design local strategies with the local business, local government, local education sectors, for example, and then treat these local policies that they come up with as programs for testing and adaptation. So for example, let's say the local business, the local government, and the education sector in Bloemfontein come together and they have a discussion about, okay, what can we do in terms of establishing a vocational training college? Like what opportunities are present here to upskill the youth and draw them in, and then see if that works, and then we can scale it nationally.
Excellent. So colleagues, I'm going to give 1 minute to each of our panelists to perhaps share final thoughts, integrate the last couple of questions, statements that you've heard, and please let us leave with high hopes. Starting with Dr. Professor Gumede, and then we'll end off.
I will end off just in terms of what we need to do is encourage people outside the state to do their own things. local communities to come together. So almost, we talk a lot of, in the past at least, of social pacts. Social pacts, the idea is business and labor and the state work together, but maybe what we should do is flip it and don't look at the state-led social pacts that was introduced by Mbeki and those sort of people, but that's never ever successful. But maybe having local-led sort of social pacts and maybe business-led social pacts and civil society-led social pacts at a local level, where business community come together and then they set up or help with this artisan training, vocational training, and then also civil society cleaning up their spaces around and so on, policing areas. So it's a different way of, so it's almost putting aside the state by getting together outside the state and then let the state come in afterwards.
Thank you, Prof.
Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody. My last parting shot is this. Well, I'm very heartened to know that I'll be alive in 2062 and be the beneficiary. Maybe some of that 700 million rand can come to me. You can include me in your wills. On a serious note, I think it's very important to know that whatever happens in 2050, 2062, we start with that process and project today to move on that trajectory today, because I only know this, is that in 2062, you'll either have a South Africa who's experienced an Arab Spring, or you'll have a South Africa that has moved on to the right trajectory and has created a positive future for people like me now who will live in a future that my kids can be proud of. Now, on the issue of including marginalized voices in the room, I think this is incredibly important. And I just want to go back to say that this is exactly what the national dialogue is premised on, inclusivity, and therefore also constitutionality. Now, there's going to be thousands of dialogues across South Africa. We employ the voting ward district model. So every corner of South Africa will have a community dialogue or a sectoral dialogue. And that's really where we want to hear the voices of people like Mr. Mbeki and Mr. Professor Gumede, yes, but more so those who've been marginalized, who haven't been ever given the platform to voice their concerns, and so therefore to understand their concerns better, but to co-create that solution better. In this instance, 1,000 civil society organizations have already signed up to provide us with in-kind contributions to say, we are a small church in Durban, but you can use our facility and we'll provide you with logistics, but let's get people together. My last word then is on the matter of what can we do to help businesses scale. Professor is completely correct. We should break this dependence of relying on government by doing things together as citizens of South Africa in a pact, in a social pact with government, but not allowing government to drive the initiative. Kenya is a brilliant example of this. In Kenya, government teamed up with communities to launch something called M-Pesa, which is a microfinancing digital scheme for young people to get them on the ground for entrepreneurship. And it's worked tremendously there, and I don't see why it will not work in South Africa. Young people have the right ideas, they have the passion, they have the power, they just don't have the right tools that they need from government to scale. And I think a pact between communities, the private sector, and government is absolutely necessary and essential. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mbeki. 1 minute.
Very, very briefly, one thing we shouldn't, which I think has been overlooked in our discussion today, is what is democracy about? Mm-hmm. Democracy is about political parties. At the end of the day, that's what makes democracy works, is the political parties, because they represent the interests of the whole population. Not one party. The different parties represents the interests and the aspirations of the various component parts of our societies. We have to get back to that. Yes, I agree with the aspiration to have this great consensus about South Africa, but that's cloud cuckoo. We cannot all be on the same, we don't all have the same interests as South Africans. We have different interests as South Africans. And we need to develop our political parties to represent those interests. Not to think that we can sit somewhere high up and our interests will be represented by one thing. That's where dictatorships come from. That's where a dictator comes along and says, I am Traore, and this is the one message that represents all of you, and so you follow me. Or I tell you to follow me. Or I instruct you to follow me. The reality about South Africa is we are the most developed capitalist country in Africa. What that means, people look at the GDP numbers. What it means is that we have stratified society with different groups, with different interests, which means they have to have different political parties to express their interests, and they have to take those interests to the electorate. And that's what democracy is about. And let's stop dreaming about all 62 million of us South Africans have one point of view. We can't have one point of view. We have lots of different points of view, and we have to as long as we express those point of views through the Constitution, we have to realize the political parties have to provide solutions to the problems of the countries. There is no supra way of doing it besides the political parties. Thank you.
Thank you. Doc?
Thank you. My husband always says I like to have the last word. So thank you for giving me that opportunity again. I think I'm going to be very brief. To answer Daniela's question, a generic approach is not going to work. Okay, all our policies and whatever plans we want to implement need to be realistic. It can't be a target of we want to reduce the unemployment rate by half by 2030. That was unrealistic. They also need to be responsive to the needs of that specific society. So a policy or a plan for a township in Bloemfontein will not necessarily address the same needs of a township in Cape Town. And they need to be responsible. If we implement these plans, if we have these policies, people must take accountability for them if they don't work, and must be able to be called to order if things are not working according to plan. So responsive, realistic, and responsible. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. Christina, may I ask you to step forward?
Do I need a mic?
Yes. Also, we will take a group photo, so you might as well come stand here.
No, I'll stand here for now, it's fine. So, we have come to the end of our conference, and I would like to thank our speakers for their contribution and for sharing their insights on this important topic on how to make the South African economy an inclusive one. I think some lessons that we take home are, for me, I wrote some down. For example, government's role is not to create jobs. This is the role of the private sector, but government's role is to provide an environment conducive to growth. That means, for example, doing away with anti-growth policies such as BE, expropriation without compensation, and so on. Investing in skills and infrastructure and making doing business easier for people. Then also showing leadership and the political will to tackle corruption and maladministration, cadre deployment, and of course, as we all agree on, cutting spending of the public sector. We also should be pragmatic and solution-driven, as Professor Gumede emphasized, and should not be so focused on ideology. And we should also take examples and lessons from other countries without the intention to copy them. We should look at China, we should look at Germany, we should look at India, and we should see what works there, why it works there, and maybe apply some of the lessons to our domestic context. But we shouldn't try to really copy it one-on-one, because we have different people here and we have a different country in South Africa. And I think it was also, for me, a very important point to say we need to change our economy from a mineral export-driven economy that depends on cheap labor to really an innovation-driven economy that depends on skilled labor. And that, I think, is very important, that we really provide the economy with people that are skilled and well-educated. I think one point that Celeste made was also for me very important, that we shouldn't measure economic progress just in terms of GDP, because GDP does not necessarily tell us if economic growth was a jobless growth or if it was a growth that really benefited all of the people. I think the kind of index GPI, genuine progressive indicator, I haven't heard that before, but I will keep it in mind. I think that gives us a better understanding and a better yardstick to evaluate inclusive economic growth. I think also more focus and attention should be given and should be placed on the township economy and on the informal economy, as this is often the first stepping stone to a more formalized economy and to more formalized businesses. And to develop a register of informal businesses might be a first right step in this direction. Although I have a little bit concerns that many informal businesses are not eager to be on that register because of all the obligations in terms of health, bylaws and safety and all of that. So informal, as it says, is informal. It's not necessarily so easy to capture this kind of economy. Then I think one of the biggest challenge, and we hear that all over again, is that the people that benefit from the current system the most are also the people that make the political decisions on the economy. And that is in itself a huge problem. In German you have a saying, and I think maybe Christian can help me to translate. In German you say, you shouldn't or you don't cut the branch on which you sit. So sitting on a tree, you sit on a branch and you don't take a saw and you saw that branch off because you fall. And that picture always comes to my mind when I think of the people that make the decision about our economy. Because they benefit from it, they have actually, if you think about it, not much interest of changing the status quo of the economy. So how to tackle this issue, I'm not exactly sure about, but I think at some point people will be running out of patience and sometimes problems solve itself in ways that you won't think about or imagine. Then another challenge, and this is always the case, is that politicians think and plan from one election to the other, while the economy is something that needs to be planned long term. So politicians tend sometimes to make decisions that maybe boost their own reputation and their outlook, in terms of election results, but it doesn't necessarily mean that this is something good for the economy in the long run. And this is also a little bit a mismatch that I'm also not sure how that can be addressed. Any other lessons? I think there's so many lessons, but everybody is taking home some other lessons as well. And I think what is important is that we all inspire, that we all have different perspectives that you presented us today, and that our brains are in constant, the machine upstairs is running all the time to think of ideas and models how to change the status quo. And last but not least, I don't know who it was, but sometime asked, give me hope. I think it was Jonathan who said, give me hope. And I thought of that there is a song, Give Me Hope, Joanna, that, sometimes this comes in your mind. And I actually looked at a quote that has something to do with optimism. And you might know who that quote is from. Optimism doesn't mean that you are blind to the reality of the situation. It means that you remain motivated to seek a solution to whatever problem arises. Who knows from who it is? Jonathan, maybe? No. The Dalai Lama. You know, the Dalai Lama is always a safe choice when it comes to quotes. So with that thought, I'll leave you, and I want to thank our audience, our participants, for coming all the way today to Birchwood, to this conference of ours. I hope we stay in touch and you will attend many of our future events. And I wish you a safe travel home. And before you go, maybe you want to also fill out our evaluation form and help us to improve. And if you look on that form, if you look on the program on the right bottom corner, there is a QR code, and that will lead you to an evaluation form. And please fill it out and send it to us so that we know what you liked and what we can improve on. Thank you very much. And sorry. Sorry? Oh, and I want to, you know, this is difficult because you don't see them. I want to actually thank the online audience that attended this conference and followed our presentations. And yeah, I hope to see you next time at one of our functions. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Daniela, just come over here. Okay, can also, we just have to stand up. Can we all stand up? Put down the mic. Okay. How we put down the mic? Put down the mic. Chris